coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is November 9th, and it is 2:32 p.m. right on the dot. We're starting off on time as usual, and we're happy to have you here. For all the people who are new, we welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. For those who are continuously on the program, we thank you. We appreciate you every week. Now, for those who are unaware, I want you to know we do long-form political commentary. That means we look at the past, the current, and try to understand what will happen in the future, the consequences, not just the root causes, but the consequences of what's happening in politics today. Because we believe in the First Amendment, your right to free speech, not just in America, but in every country around the world, because it is your birthright. And whether or not your government may like that or not, whether or not the internet overlords like that, we come every week, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. to speak with you and to hear what you have to say and to interact with you, because free speech, talking about the politics that affect each and every one of us, that matters. And we have the power individually, each and every one of us, to change what is happening for the better. And hopefully together we can do that. So we invite you to have your comments, to speak with us every week, because you matter. You guys matter a lot. And we're looking forward to it, and we'd love to have your comments. I see we already have a comment here from Charles Garea, who says, Mike, hope all is great. Yes, things are going well. We're getting ready for some snow, first of the season, but things are well. It's actually 60 degrees today in New York. Ducking in for a moment to remind all to like and share. I have to get back to writing, but we'll keep this going in the background for the go rhythm. And you know what? We appreciate that. I know many people will be in and out throughout the program. Some people listen to us to go to sleep after the show is live. I know some people are listening to us as they do their work, like Alabama Barbie does listen, I know, as they're working with charity, helping to feed people down in their community. We appreciate every one of you, whether you can stay here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, it doesn't matter. We appreciate any time you provide to us. Thank you, Charles. I hope you're going to have a great day as well. Okay, so what do we do here? What's going on? Well, to let you know, we are going to be talking about some of the issues that have come out not necessarily the headline issues that the mainstream news media is trying to spin on you, although sometimes we deal with that, but also the stories that they're trying to make sure you avoid, the things they gloss over, and the consequences they do not want to explain or share with you because they don't want you to think about it. They just want you to obey. And we disagree with that. You have a right. You are an individual with agency. You get to make choices for yourself. And by the way, if you don't agree with anything we say on this program, that's perfectly fine. You can always say, Mike, I disagree. You can tell me why you disagree with me, why you think I may be wrong. I'm always open to hear your voices and to have that conversation with you because that's how we improve things. Now, with that said, I do want to let you know that we're going to be starting off, of course, always with breaking news. We then go into some of the international news. I usually take a break after a moment to walk my dog, who's 14 years old. He's sleeping right now at my feet. But we usually take a small break there to let you get out, go have a cigarette, walk around, have something to eat. And then we pick back up with domestic issues. That's the general format of the show for those who are new. And with that being said, we're going to start off with some breaking news, which is coming out of the BBC. People may not be aware of this in America, but there was a documentary about January 6th in the BBC, British Broadcasting Network, and they lied. They lied. And this is something we're seeing here in the United States as well. But this was rather egregious. What the BBC did to turn our closest ally in the world, the United Kingdom is the closest ally of the United States, and we need them just like they need us. But they wanted to turn the United Kingdom into basically New York or California or Illinois. They wanted to have the people there saying Orange Man bad at all costs. They need this to be an international movement because they're very angry with Donald Trump and he's responsible for all the wrongs in the world, no matter what it may be. Trying to take away from the efforts he has made to increase global stability and peace by resolving 7 out of 8 international wars and conflicts. They don't want to give him credit for that. They don't want America to maintain our supremacy of being the, whether we like it or not, the police of the world. And more importantly, the ones that when America is strong, the world is more peaceful. They just are upset with that for some reason. I don't understand it. So in this, the BBC had a documentary about January 6th. And in that, they lied. It isn't a if or a maybe. It's not a subtle context. It's literally, they chopped up the January 6th speech of President Donald Trump, and they literally cut his words and spliced in an entirely different conversation Donald Trump was having an hour later, to be exact, 54 minutes later. They literally created their own speech by Donald Trump with edits to say what they wanted Donald Trump to say, to verify and to live up to the Orange Man bad moniker of the far left here in the United States. And they counted on the fact that nobody in the United States, nobody in the United Kingdom would look back on video of this well-documented time in our history, that no one would bother to take the time to look and find out that they lied, that they fabricated a story to match their political ideology, a far left ideology. And in fact, everyone did. And now it may not be a big story here in the United States, but it is big internationally because it shapes the way that the United States is able to have diplomacy with other countries around the world. So it makes a big difference. It has an impact on our negotiations for peace deals with various countries around the world, our trade with other countries in the world, our military might around the world. It makes a difference. So they were harming the United States. Whether people don't like Donald Trump or love him, it doesn't matter. This is a negative against every single American citizen. And because they got caught, because it was such a violation of journalistic ethics, because it's so egregious and dangerous, they were fired. They're gone now. They no longer have their very prestigious jobs. And by the way, it's a lot different in the United Kingdom than the United States. The BBC is government television. Unlike here in the United States, we have ABC, CBS, NBC. They have a federal license that allows them to be on TV stations for free. They were the originators of all the network news. That's all you had, or network television. And then came cable and everything else long afterwards. But so in America, we've always had that privatized to some extent, and we've had that be somewhat independent. In the United Kingdom, this is the message of the government. This is government airwaves. So when they lied about Donald Trump, they were the government of England, of the United Kingdom, interfering and denigrating the United States as a nation. This isn't just some news station. This is literally international policy. That's why it's such a big deal. And that's why it's so important to make you aware these guys got fired. And I want you to understand, you are being lied to on a daily basis, not only here in the United States, but around the world. Take nothing that the mainstream news media or even independent media like myself, don't take us at our word. Double check everything. That's why at the end of the show, when we are done, about an hour afterwards, I will be putting up a link to every single news source that I am speaking about so that you can see it for yourself and you can determine for yourself whatever conclusion you want to make. I will just provide it. And almost all of our sites, almost everything we reference is about 90% from the left, not from right-wing news, not from right-wing sources. About 90% is from the left itself. So that if you want to claim any bias, the bias is with the left, not with me, even though I am a conservative Republican. But I wanted to start off with that just to let you understand how big the scope of Orange Man Bad is in America and in the world at this moment. It is international. And I'm happy, by the way, that they got fired. They deserve to be fired. This was egregious. And again, it affects international politics. That being said, there is other breaking news, which is more America-centric, and that is that Donald Trump today has come out and stated that he wants to provide a tariff dividend, basically a stimulus check to the American people. This is a stimulus check that Donald Trump claims comes from $500 million of tariff funds, revenues from the tariffs that have been put in place since Donald Trump became the 47th president of the United States back in March and April of this year, including some of the tariffs we see now with China, because the United States needs rare earth metals for our defense, for our technology, for renewable energy, and China has a monopoly on that unless we make a deal with Greenland, which hopefully is something that will continue to be worked on and we may get sooner than later, and end our dependence on just China for our future. I think this is very important. But as much as we have seen these tariffs work out, and they have been over time, they are working well. We were told at the very beginning, back in March, that this would be the end of the United States economy, that it would destroy America, that you would see everything skyrocket instantly, we'd be in a depression. Now, no matter how much of financial difficulty you may have today or that you had in 2022, America is not in a depression. We're not even in a recession at this moment. We started off in a recession in 2022. We started off behind the 8 ball this year, 2025, when it was revealed to us, much like many of the things under the Biden-Harris administration, that there were an extra 1.5 million unemployed American citizens that the Biden-Harris administration hid from us because they needed the votes And it would be embarrassing for Democrats, and they would get fewer votes if the public knew there were 1.5 million more people unemployed under Biden and Harris than they had reported. That being said, we did not see the doom and gloom, the instant doubling and tripling of prices of goods that we were promised by the left-wing news media that have a bias towards Democrats and progressives, and they were trying to fearmonger you. In fact, we've seen trade has worked out pretty well in most segments of our economy. Not all of them, but most of them. And these deals have been pretty beneficial. Now, the key thing about a tariff is, and we've said this before on the program, they're meant for a long-term solution to a problem that is international, often in its at its core. The whole point of tariffs is to stimulate things being built and made in America as opposed to in China. And the more that we rely on China or even India for all of our common goods that we use on a regular basis, the more that we are, well, it's a national security risk. If China cuts off some of the food production, some of the processed foods that we eat, some of the medicines that we take in, well, then Americans starve. Americans are weaker. We are more dependent on China, and therefore we lose. Same thing with India. And so rather than be in this beholden state, Donald Trump has been trying to get America to be independent, to make America great again, which is a good thing. Making America great is a positive statement. The left would like you to think it's negative. That's why they always use the term MAGA, because they don't want you to think, what does MAGA, what is that acronym for? Making America great again. No one who is an American citizen, no one living in America, wants America to be anything but great. Well, I assume I say that without thinking about the Democratic Socialist America. They would want America to fail because they don't believe in the Constitution. They don't believe in the amendments. They want to have their laws, the UN human rights. They want to give rights to you so that they can take rights from you. And any right that a government can give you, well, then that same government or that same organization can take them away because you only have the rights and privileges they assign to you. You have nothing more than what they give you, and you have far less because they can take everything from you. That's not true in America at this time. And that's why the tariffs are so important, because long term, rather than paying higher prices for things that could be made in America but are being made in China, we're seeing that transition. More American businesses will be created that will employ more American citizens, that will increase our gross domestic product, GDP. It will improve the quality of life in America. That is a process that takes 5 to 10 years. It is not overnight. If anything, the Trump administration has been incorrect in saying that this would happen quickly. It isn't a quick process. But the American people have become accustomed to things happening very, very quickly. The younger you are, the more instantaneous the gratification you seek. That's not how business works. But anyway, that's the long way around about the background of it. But the tariffs have been working. And we have been generating income, tax revenue, tariff revenue coming into the United States. And right now it's about $500 million, according to the Trump administration at this time. And Donald Trump has decided that he wants to give most American citizens, and he has made a statement, and this is coming from Newsweek. He states that this would not be going to the richest Americans. It would not go to the top 1% of America, but other American citizens would get about $2,000, possibly more, which is a great thing. And I guarantee you, if the check comes and I have a check for $2,000, I will cash it. Absolutely. But I think this is the wrong thing to do. So let me give the caveat here. I think Donald Trump is wrong in this. I believe the best thing that could happen is to take that $500 million and to pay down on the national debt. We are at $38.1 trillion. That's the national debt, not including the unfunded mandates, which puts us at about $135 trillion. Forget that. That number is too big to even consider. But the national debt is $38 trillion. If we take the $500 million that we have generated from the tariffs so far, that would reduce the national debt down to roughly about $37.5 trillion. Now you would say, but Mike, that's not going to help me. It does. See, here's the thing. The more money that America prints, the less each dollar is worth. And that's the key factor in inflation. The more money that we print, the more inflation there is, the less your money is worth, the higher the prices are, and they keep going up and up and up. And I know you've heard from people like Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, even Andrew Yang have said, well, MMT, modern monetary theory, we can just print money forever and it will never make a difference. No one's ever going to call the United States out for the loans that we've put out there or the treasury bills that we've put out there. Well, they don't really have to. The more money we print, the less each dollar is worth. We are destroying our own economy, and it has been, and as we see inflation and the interest build up, it's happening faster and faster. Now, it's not quite as fast as under the Biden-Harris administration, which had speculated that by 2035, we'd be at about $50 trillion in debt. Now the outlook is that in the next 4 years, approximately 2028 to 2030, we will be looking at about $45 trillion in debt. That is a massive reduction. That is a massive reduction in the amount of debt that we are building up, the amount of inflation that we are putting our children into debt for. But it's still not perfect. Instead of giving each American citizen, which would be a short-term benefit, $2,000, rather than do that, pay off the debt. And then prices will go down. Your dollar will buy more things. Let me say it. Maybe, I know it's a little difficult to understand that concept. Let me try and explain it. I'm 58, about to be 58 years old. Yes, I'm that old, and you should hope that you'll look as good as me by the time you reach my age. But let's assume that you get to be around my age. When I was young, when I was a kid in my teens, I remember very clearly, you could go to the local pizza shop and you get a slice of pizza for 55 cents. 55 cents for a slice of pizza. Today, you're spending what, $3, $4, $5, depending on where you are in America, for that same slice of pizza. Think about that. That's 10 times more expensive than when I was a kid. And we can say that about almost everything that you buy today. Why? Because the amount of debt in the United States increased by more than 10 times. More than 10 times increase in the amount of debt, and therefore we've seen about a 10-time increase in many of the things we buy. I used to be able to buy several candy bars and some candy. I could get a handful of candy and various things to eat for $1. It used to be worth something. Again, I could get like 2 slices for $1. You can't do that now. A dollar is not really worth anything at this point by itself. You can't really buy anything for $1. That's because we printed so many dollars. Any $1 is not worth anything. So yes, Donald Trump can give you a check for $2,000, and most Americans will be happy because it's free stuff. And we know, looking at the 2025 New York mayoral race, Americans love free stuff. Like everyone in the world, it's free. Okay, I'll take it, except it's never free. The cost is in the back end. There's always a cost attached to this. And if we don't take care of this debt, that cost isn't that far off. You're going to be paying for it when everything you buy is that much more expensive. And soon, $5 won't be able to buy you anything. Soon that pizza will be $10 a slice, not $5 a slice. That time isn't that far off. So rather than get $2,000 and you get to go out and you'll be able to have one really nice night out in a date with your wife or your significant other, you'll be able to go out and buy a decent sized TV. Okay, that's fantastic. And then you'll be right back where you started from. And the cost of everything after that will be just a little bit higher. Rather than do that, pay off the debt. And that slice of pizza might go from $5 to maybe $4.50. Is it going to be, are you going to be rich overnight? No. But that little bit on everything that you buy will add up. You will actually save more money, and it will be more productive for our nation, and it will allow more businesses to be created. More people will be able to get loans, either to buy a house or to buy a business, and that will create more jobs. That will create more stability for families. It will be just a little bit easier for everyone to be able to have a quality of life equal to or better than our parents. And that's what we want. So maybe it's me, and I'm happy to hear if there's anyone who's watching the program, you say, but Mike, I want the $2,000. Fantastic. I understand that. Tell me why. But doesn't it make sense what I'm saying? I'm sharing my vision with you. Doesn't it make sense we pay down the debt instead of taking the quick, easy fix of a $2,000 check? And I understand Donald Trump wants to make Republicans look better, and he wants to get a head start on the 2026 midterm elections. I get that. And he needs the positive vibes of the American people to help him to move his agenda forward as he goes into a lame duck session. At the end of 2026, Donald Trump will be a lame duck. If Republicans do not maintain the Congress and the Senate, then Trump will not be able to continue to improve the economy and the nation. He won't be able to move forward. Everything will stagnate. So I understand why he's doing this now. He needs to basically bribe the American people, just like Joe Biden did, just like Obama did, to help make sure that he has the impetus, the momentum to get past 2026 with Republicans in charge so that he can continue to try to fix what Obama and Biden allowed to fall apart. And to be fair, also Bush, G.W. Bush and Clinton, yeah, we can go back in time. Things have been a problem, have been a mess for a long time. But I'd like to hear what you guys think. Do you agree? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Let's see. We got a comment here from Joel. And Joel says, Trump sending out checks looks like a weak move to buy affection. Well, that's true of every president whenever they do that. Every president, when they send out a stimulus check, whatever they want to name it, it doesn't matter what the name is, but every time they send out a check, it's always to buy affection. It's there to buy votes. And let's not hide from the truth. That's exactly what it is. You're buying votes of low information voters who haven't thought about the consequences, who haven't thought about inflation. Where does it come from? How will it affect their lives long term? They're thinking of the quick fix. I get a check. I get to go out with my husband, my wife, my daughter, whatever your significant other, your family. You get to buy a couple of minor knickknacks in your house or maybe pay off a bill. And then the next bill is a little bit higher. The next time, that date night is a little more expensive. It's always a higher cost going forward. And most people don't think about that. And the news media doesn't say it like that. They should, they don't. And that's a problem. And that is one of the big problems. But I wanted to make sure you guys knew. I wanted to make sure that you understand what are the options. And Donald Trump hasn't guaranteed that he will do this. In fact, part of the problem is the Supreme Court may not allow him to do that. They may cut off all of the tariffs, which means that pipeline, that funding that's coming that could be going directly to the national debt. It's not that $500 million is a limit. That's not the limit. We could have more money going forward for the next 4 years with these tariffs. And if the Supreme Court says you've got to shut it all down, so does that pipeline. That means we don't have the option to pay off our national debt. That means we don't get more checks going down the line. Either way, we lose all of that. So I think Trump is right with the tariff. I think he's wrong in giving out the check, but I get why he's doing it. And I think you can understand now why he's doing it as well. Do we think that's the best thing? I don't know. It's up to you. You can tell me, Mike, you agree, you disagree, just like Joel did. Tell me what you think about it. Is it a negative to America or is it a benefit? So I'm looking forward to hearing what people have to say about that. Let me also deal with, there is some other breaking news, which is a little bit closer to home for me, but everyone's been talking about Mamdani, the 2025 New York City mayoral race. Okay. And I will be addressing a little bit later in the program the consequences of Mamdani. Zorhan Mamdani has won. He will be the mayor of New York in 2026. He will bring in socialist copy and paste policies that have failed everywhere in America, everywhere in the world, and he's going to plug them into New York City. And you are now, if you live in New York City, in fact, if you live in New York State, you are now a guinea pig. You are a guinea pig for the latest, greatest version of socialism in the world. And they're going to tell you, just like they did in Venezuela, in Cuba, North Korea, China, Russia, they're going to tell you, this time they've got it right. This time they've got all the answers. It's all figured out. It won't work, but that's what they will tell you because that's what they always tell you. That is always how socialism is sold. But we will be the guinea pigs. There's just no two ways about it, but I will explain more about that a little bit later. But this week has been filled with people who are blaming Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate for the mayoral race. In fact, I was on with Aubrey. It was America Shines with Aubrey Shines on the Real America's Voice on Friday. I taped a show with him talking specifically about this race. The thing is, when the race was just Andrew Cuomo versus Curtis Sliwa, it was a guy who had killed 16 Americans, a guy who was charged with 13 sexual assaults, a guy who was surrounded by this film of corruption, and who had been forced out of the governorship in disgrace. And this was him trying to rebuild himself. That's Andrew Cuomo. And it was Cuomo versus Curtis Sliwa, who had a very different take. And I think in that race, I think Curtis Sliwa would have ultimately won. But out of the blue, because neither the GOP nor the Democrats, they weren't paying attention. They weren't paying attention to the youth who have been convinced by their colleges, by their high schools, that socialism is the answer to everything. That socialism, done, if they just do it one more time, if they just get it right this time, it will fix everything and they will have everything they want immediately. That's what's being sold to our youth. And that's very attractive. And Zorhan Mamdani, a young man, 34 years of age, he's basically a trust fund kid. He's never had to work at any real job in his life. And he said, don't worry, socialism will take care of everyone. Socialism, this time, under Mamdani, will be great for you, and you will get free things. And in particular, he was telling naturalized citizens and some illegal aliens that they're going to get a lot of free stuff too. It's just going to take the money from rich people. And I will explain very soon that's a complete lie. That will never happen. He promised that he's going to take all this money from all these rich people and that will give you free stuff. He lied to you because he doesn't understand, or he didn't want you to know, that that's not possible. Mathematically, empirically, it's a lie. But to get back to the point about Curtis Sliwa, we have seen a lot of people, many of them Republicans, say, well, Curtis Sliwa should have dropped out of the race. In fact, people like Sid Rosenberg, formerly a friend of Curtis Sliwa, stabbed him in the back at the end of the race and said, drop out. So that Andrew Cuomo, a man who in 2013 told Republicans and conservatives to get out the state, to just go away, because he was building a progressive capital, which would be named New York City. It would be the progressive capital for the entire United States, if not just the East Coast. He demonstrably attacked half of America, Andrew Cuomo. And they said to Curtis Sliwa, drop out the race, let Andrew Cuomo run, and Andrew Cuomo will be their choice. I don't know how you can be a Republican and say that. I don't know how you could say that and expect that anyone would have any respect or any trust in the GOP in New York State. You can't. They're not serious. They don't really want to win. They don't stand by their principles. And I will say this, Curtis Sliwa stood by his principles. It's one of the reasons that I did, in fact, vote for Curtis Sliwa and why I had interviewed him several times. Because say what you will about him, he had a plan, and it was the best plan being given to the American people in New York, and he was stuck by his guns. He was in the race to win or to lose at the end of the day. And that's something I can respect. Unlike people like Sid Rosenberg and some members of the GOP who said, no, we'll play politics. Let's just get Andrew Cuomo and, we'll play politics with him. Then you have no true belief in the principles of the Republican Party. You have no true belief in the principles of the conservative movement in America. You're just playing politics. You just want power. I'm sorry. I don't vote for people just because they want power. I vote for people because they have the best plan. I'm a Republican because I think those principles are the best principles for America. Not because some party lead, whoever it is in the party, local, state, federal, doesn't matter, just because they say, well, I'm a Republican. That's not good enough. That's not a reason. I've said that about Democrats. I'll say it about Republicans. Just because you're a part of a party doesn't mean I vote for you. You have to have a good plan. You have to have the best plan. You have to be the best candidate. How can we look at other other Republicans going forward and say, I want you to run for a race? And I've run. I have personally run for Congress. I have personally run for county legislator. I've been in the trenches running for office. I lost, but I did it because I believed in the principles. And that's what I ran on, my principles and my beliefs, which happen to be Republican and still are. Republicans can't win going forward. No one has confidence in the Republicans. And Republicans are leaving the state because they have no faith. Because look at what the Republican Party did. They threw the rank and file Republican citizens under a bus to play politics with Andrew Cuomo. Now, here's something. Curtis Sliwa, and this is a tweet as you can see, they're blaming him, and he said even if he left the race, it was abysmal what happened to Curtis Sliwa. The GOP drove people to Andrew Cuomo, who only got 40%. And if you took all 7.7% of the votes that stayed with Curtis Sliwa, including my own, that would have made Andrew Cuomo get 47%. Mamdani got 50%. Andrew Cuomo would have lost by 3 points. You don't win the race without Curtis Sliwa. Andrew Cuomo was never going to win. Why? Because he was a terrible candidate. Because he's a terrible human being, in my personal opinion. And he had no plan. He is corrupt as hell. Always has been. And no one forgot that. Andrew Cuomo was never going to win in New York. Because at the end of the day, even in the bluest of blue states, even in the bluest of blue cities, he killed 16,000 people that didn't need to die. He covered it up to protect his political position. And he had 13 sexual assaults. That's it. He was never going to win. So you can't blame Sliwa for that. Sliwa did the right thing. He got in the race and he went to win or lose. Same thing that I did when I ran for Congress. Same thing when I ran for county legislator. My county legislator race in 2020 in Broome County, my district in Broome County in the city of Binghamton was 80% Democrat, 20% Republican. That was the district I ran in. And I ran in that district because no one else would do it. They were going to let that race go uncontested. Now, mind you, I knew many of the Democrats in that region. I knew my opponent, Bob. I knew Bob. I've known him for years. I had nothing personally against Bob. I don't agree with his politics, but I have no problem with Bob Wessler. And I ran against Bob. I got 36%, which means 16% of the Democrats in that district in 2020 voted for me. That's important to understand. They voted for me, and I wasn't able to speak to most people. That was 2020. We had the doors closed, the lockdowns, masks. Everyone was terrified that they were going to die of the flu that was flying around. And I still got 36% of the vote. Now, a lot of people said, but Mike, you can't win in that district. You're going to lose. Why are you running? Because I believe I had better plans. I had a better plan. I was a better candidate. Not because Bob was a bad guy. Not because he was white and gay. It had nothing to do with any of those kinds of silly things. It was because Bob didn't have a plan. He was a yes man for the Democratic Party in Broome County. I said that to Bob's face. I've said it to his face before I ran. I said it afterwards. Bob's still a nice guy. I still know Bob. I have no bad feelings against Bob, but he's a yes man for the party. He still is. That's why I ran. And I ran all the way. And we knew I was going to lose. Well, I thought I was going to win, but the odds were that I was going to lose. And most people thought I wouldn't get 20%. The betting odds were I was going to get 18%. I wound up with 36. Surprised the hell out of everyone. That's why you run for an election. Not because I was a Republican. No one voted for me because I was just a Republican. That wasn't a reason. They didn't vote for me because I'm the black guy or the Hispanic guy. They voted for me because I had a plan. And I spent my time telling people who would listen what my plan was. And when people listened, they voted for me. And the local GOP didn't do anything. In particular, the head of the GOP at that time, the chairman of Broome County at the time, was B-Joy Data. B-Joy and I don't like each other. That is no revelation there. That's something that was very well known across central New York, that B-Joy Data and I do not like each other at all. And because B-Joy and I don't like each other, the Broome County Republican Party did not support me in my run for county legislator. I wish they did. In fact, they hurt me. They were convincing people to vote for Bob Wessler instead of me. Very much like what happened to Curtis Sliwa. Is that a benefit for the people? No. Didn't help anyone. Didn't improve anything. And as you can see, the quality of life in Binghamton has gone down since 2020. So their plan didn't actually work well for anyone. But that's what they chose. Same thing's happening here in New York. I do not hold it against Sliwa. I think, and I commend Curtis Sliwa for sticking in the race, for standing by his guns, by providing the better options for New York City and for the citizens. I think that was great. I am upset. If you're upset with anyone, be upset with the GOP. They made that race unwinnable. And I don't know why anyone in New York City would run as a Republican. I hope they do. I will help support them and I will help them out. I do political consulting as well. It's not just because of the money, but also because of the principle. I will help Republicans run because I think we have better principles if we have a good candidate. But I don't think we'll get the best candidates anymore. And I don't think we have the numerical ability to win because Republicans and conservatives are leaving in droves. That's what the GOP did in this race. They gave every Republican and conservative an excuse to leave. The GOP wasn't looking to win. They were looking to maintain political power. And that's not a reason to support them. That's not a reason to stick in the state because you will never win and the better ideas will never take hold if you're playing political games without any substance behind it. I'm not upset with Sliwa. I'm upset with the GOP. As a Republican, as a conservative Republican, I'm upset with the GOP, not Curtis Sliwa. But that's my opinion. You may have a different opinion, and I am perfectly happy to hear that. Let's see. John is with us. Thank you, John. John Lashcombe. And he's here for the algorithm, much like Charles. And John says, in this race, I would be curious to have ranked choice voting. Before I go any further, I hate ranked choice voting. I do not think ranked choice voting is good. I've said it during the primaries. I've said it several times. I've had a massive argument with my good friend Larry Sharpe about ranked choice voting. Larry, a libertarian, likes it. I think ranked choice voting is the greatest way that you can get the worst candidate possible in your election. And by the way, ranked choice voting is how Zorhan Mamdani won. Zorhan Mamdani beat Andrew Cuomo because of ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting will always, in my experience and in my belief, always get you the worst choice. Always gets the worst choice, not the best. But that's my personal opinion. John goes on to say, it would not have changed the outcome. I think it would have. But I would be very curious to know how many people Curtis Sliwa would have been people's second choice. He should have been the first choice. Shouldn't have to be second choice. He had the best plans. In my opinion, he had the best plans for New York. The most viable, the most realistic approach. Not that I agreed with every policy of Curtis Sliwa. I didn't. But the fact that he had most of his policies were grounded in reality. And that's how I look at every candidate. That's how I look at every race. Are you grounded? Are these how many times have you heard on this program? And people who've been watching me over the last 20 years, you know, I keep saying, I want government that's effective and efficient. Every time, effective and efficient. And if you can't get that, don't vote for that person. Yes, and John knows that I do not like ranked choice voting. And he knows that I argue with Larry Sharpe about this. He also has heard me many years now talk about effective and efficient government. Again, speaking to the choir, many people know that, but some people don't. Maybe someone will take this. And again, folks, you're watching the program. If you think, Mike, you're wrong, okay, like John says, ranked choice voting could have been an option. Maybe that would have been different. I don't think so, but good to hear it. At least now we're having that conversation. Maybe that is something in the future. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't think I am. And I think the primaries proved that, but I could be wrong. It's at least worth having the conversation. It's definitely worth the conversation. And I thank you, John, for bringing it up. And if others want to talk about ranked choice voting, I'm happy to have that conversation. Because I listen to you guys. I really, really do. Now, I did mention, and I'm going to show you in a second. By the way, if you've made it this far into the program, oh my God, we're 45 minutes in, and I just got done with the breaking news. I haven't even gotten into the main show yet. Okay. Like I said, we do long-form political commentary, and this is interactive. It's not me just speaking to you. It's like, as you see with John and Joel, And Charles, this is interactive. You can tell me whether you agree or disagree. You can send me a super chat. You can send me a Rumble rant. And you can tell me, Mike, I really disagree with you. Fantastic. I'm willing to have those conversations. That's how we improve our society. It's the only way that we can peacefully improve our society. So we should engage in that. So if you have not taken the chance, please like, share. Most of all, please subscribe. It makes a massive difference. You can't imagine, because this channel is so suppressed because we do long form political commentary talking about the consequences of Republicans and Democrats of their policies and telling you what we think will happen in the future so that you are able to prepare your families and yourself for the future. They don't like that. They want you to obey. That's why you see YouTube is always overemphasizing the major media, the approved media with approved messages, because you aren't supposed to think. You're just supposed to obey. You don't have agency under Google. You don't have agency when you're watching CNN or MSNBC or ABC News or the New York Times. You're being told what to think and how to feel, and I don't agree with that. I don't think you should either. Okay. Let me back up a step, because you may not be aware of this. On Friday, I was talking about the 2025 mayoral race. Now, this is similar to like the back rooms over at Lehman College, that program, which aired on November 4th, this Tuesday, and you were able to see the prior conversation I had the week before. In between, before the election, I was on the back room, which is taped at Lehman College here in the Bronx. And I was talking with individuals there, professors there, about what I thought for the election and how Mamdani would affect us. And you can see that video for yourself. It's up on the channel. I do recommend it. You'll be interested to see how some of our predictions came true and how some of them didn't. Although all of us were aligned. Even the Democrat, Professor David Eisenbach, even he agreed that Mamdani was not the best choice for New York. Absolutely not. Even the leftist on the panel agreed with me. But I was on Friday, I was talking about the results of the election. And I was on with Aubrey, I was on with America Shines, which is a show for Aubrey Shines, Bishop Aubrey Shines. This is on the Real America's Voice channel on YouTube. You can see it there. And this is an excerpt from that program of my conversation with Aubrey Shines. And I thought it's worth seeing for a moment here. And I do invite you to check it out. I'll have the link in the description. You can see this on the YouTube Shorts right now. So here's what I said then. Right now, the day after the election, in Florida, in Texas, in Tennessee, North Carolina, the various real estate brokers were getting lit up with people from New York City saying they're going to leave, that they're looking for another property to take over. Now, that would be some of the middle class and business owners and the most affluent. Let's assume that at 1%, that would be 85,000 New Yorkers. And they would represent, let's say, an average of $100,000 income. That's middle class. I'm not even talking about the high end. That's $2.1 billion in tax revenue. New York City goes from a $3 billion deficit to a $5 billion deficit on that basis. How do you make that up? Well, that means higher taxes, not just for the rich. They left. That means regular people. It means more unemployment because those business owners, they're taking their business with them, as they have been doing for the last decade. And that means more people who are going to be impoverished, more pressure on the governmental system to provide food stamps and government aid, which is another drain on the system. That means more inflation. That means more taxes. That means more people becoming even more poor. And what goes along with increased poverty? Crime.
You know, I love your common sense approach, Michael.
And that was the comments of Aubrey Shines to me. And I want to thank Aubrey Shines for providing me the opportunity to speak to his, I think his audience is 250,000 people who may not know of this program beforehand. And I thank him for inviting me on and giving me the opportunity to be the first, for my first time on Real America's Voices. Hopefully they'll have me back. And if you would like to hear me speak with other programs, if you want me to talk to Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, I don't know, Jimmy Dore, I'm happy to go on any of their programs. I can talk about any subject they want that's been in politics for the last 40 years. I'll be happy to go on. I don't need to study. I can go on right now, no notes. I spoke to Aubrey Shines, no notes. That was just me speaking with Aubrey. So I look forward to being able to go back and to join him again on other subjects, just like I enjoy going on to the Backroom TV at Lehman College, which is part of the Bronx Net Community TV station. I enjoy having that conversation. Sometimes you see me on with Matthew J. The thing that's similar on all of these programs that I go on to, I never know what the question is they're going to ask me. I don't have anything written down. Much like this program, this is unscripted. I don't need a script. That's how well I've been doing this 20 years. I don't need a script. I just need to be able to speak with people. And I thank them for giving me the opportunity. Yeah, I would love Mary. I love it. Mary goes, Mike, you should go on Joe Rogan. Trust me, if it were a choice of mine, I'd be on Joe Rogan. I think I could have a great conversation with Joe Rogan. But that's up to Joe. Hey, reach out to Joe. Go on to his, go on to one of his sites, his channel, and leave it in the comments and send him a tweet and say, hey, why don't you give this I'm older Joe Rogan, give him an opportunity. Get him on your program. Ask him some questions. Have your staff look through the 2,700 videos or 2,800 videos I've done over the last 20 years. Ask this guy about Russia, or when I lived in Russia, or my time in the Marines, or talking about politics over the last 40 years. I'll be happy to do it. So from your ears to Joe Rogan, I hope you hear it. I hope he hears you. It would be fantastic. It would be fantastic. And I'm just as equally happy to go on with Sabby Sabs or anyone on the left. I've been on Hard Lens Media. I'm not afraid to go onto progressive or leftist programs and to speak with them as well. Happy to do so. I'm not afraid of that. I've gone to colleges and I've had speeches there. I'm not afraid to have a conversation with people. I think that's how we improve things, because for too long, people have been told what to think instead of thinking for themselves, especially on the left, By the way, if you didn't know, I served in the Marines. My father served in the Marines. Many of my friends have served in the Marines. And we have a birthday coming up. That's tomorrow. Yes, it's a day before Veterans Day. The United States Marine Corps is going to be 250 years old. And I know you say to yourself, 250 years? Mike, that's older than the United States. Yes, we are. The Marine Corps is 1 year older than the United States. So the United States is 240 years old. The Marine Corps is 250 years old. We were fighting in the Revolutionary War. We were fighting in Tripoli. In every single war the United States has ever had. The Marine Corps, by the way, is not very big. There's only about 225,000 Marines at any given time, except when we're in the middle of a war like World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam. Then we have slightly higher numbers. We are the smallest armed force in America, well, except for Space Force. That's new. That was created by Donald Trump, and that's a new thing, and that's smaller. But up until the Space Force was created, the United States Marine Corps was the smallest of the armed services in the United States, and we're one of the oldest. and we're going to be 250 years old. And I am happy for all of my brother and sister Marines all across the world. And I will say, on the birthday of the Marine Corps, I hope every Marine outside of basic training will have a day of peace, that you will not be engaging the enemy through superior firepower and maneuver to remove their willingness and their ability to continue to fight. By the way, that is the purpose of a Marine. We are all basic riflemen. That is every officer, that is every grunt, that is every MOS, every position in the Marine Corps is number one. You are a basic rifleman. This is what makes us so much different than every other service. We are all basic riflemen. Every Marine can pick up a rifle and go out there and fight the fight on the front line. Pete Hegseth, a lot of people have been talking about the Department of War, and Secretary Hegseth has come out, and if you listen to that speech, and I covered that speech of Pete Hegseth when he dressed down and made the generals stand tall, saying you're going to go out and you're going to run with your troops. You're going to be able to do PT with the troops. You're going to go and get the same performance reviews just like the troops do. You have to train just like your troops. Guess what? The Marine Corps said, sure, why not? We do it all the time anyway. We already do that. Our officers are enlisted. We all do that already. It's not new to us. He was making the rest of the military more like Marines. And I was very happy. It's one of the reasons why I enjoyed hearing from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of the Department of War, saying, hey, you got to get ship shape. You have to be satisfactory. And the Marines out there, you know what I'm talking about. How unsat the Army and the Navy, and I love my brothers and sisters in the other services. I respect what you guys do because Marines don't do that. We don't build stuff. We don't sit in place and take and hold things. We are the front line, and we're always moving that front line forward. That's our job. That's what we do. Again, we seek out the enemy through superior firepower and maneuver and remove the enemy's ability and willingness to continue to fight. Key word in there, willingness. We remove the enemy's will to fight us. The other services don't do that. That's not part of their mission. That is part of the mission of the Marine Corps. That's why we've been around for 250 years. That's why Marines are known around the world. That's why when people see the dress blues, they know that means a Marine. And that's why women around the world love Marines. I have no problem with that. I'm single, so it's okay. And I will celebrate the Marine Corps birthday tomorrow because I should. Because every Marine should. And again, any Marine, I hope every Marine around the world, no matter where you are stationed, I hope you will find the Marine Corps birthday a peaceful day. I rue and I pity the fools that would dare engage Marines on the Marine Corps birthday. That is a stupid thing to do. If the enemies of America are out there, do not pick tomorrow, the 250th birthday, as a day to get into a fight with a Marine. Not a smart thing to do. So I hope you all will find peace, except for those guys in boot camp. Hey, you're in Paris Island. We all went through it. Every Marine has gone through Paris Island, well, except for the Hollywood Marines. You guys went through San Diego, but same principle. We've all been through basic. It was either Paris Island or San Diego. We've all done it. Every single one of us. We've all had to do all of the same. Well, before Moms of America got around, yeah, we've all been hit by the DI, even though you're not supposed to be. Yeah, we've been abused and we've been harassed and mentally tortured. Yes, that happens in boot camp. Yes, it is real. The stories are true. Yes, it is abusive. And you think an enemy in a war zone, is going to be any kinder to you? The saying is, the two Marines that have the most stress in the world are Marines that are either in active combat or in basic training. And we do that because that's going to keep you alive. Senior Drill Instructor Sergeant Williams, a name I will never forget, used to remind us that he's going to make us sweat so that we would not bleed. He did his job well. He was very good at his job. Many stories I could tell about basic, but I won't. And some of the other places I've been, got a lot of stories while I was in the Marine Corps. We did a lot of, some very stupid things, but I was young. What can you say? But that being set aside, I am happy for every Marine out there. There is a brotherhood there, something that civilians won't really understand because it's unlike anything else. It's not like a fraternity. This is a bond where you are literally you must trust the Marine next to you to keep you alive. That is the basis and the bond and why Marines are so close-knit. Because I know that other Marine will fight and die to keep me alive, just like I will for him. We may not have the same politics. We may not have the same, some of them are racist. Doesn't happen very often, but some. I met a racist Marine. Oh, yeah, I fought with a racist Marine in the Marine Corps. And guess what? I still would have kept him alive in a foxhole. He knew that I would, as much as he may not have liked me based on skin color, at least at first, as he got to be in the Marine Corps, as he got to learn about me and others, his opinion changed. But when he first got there, okay. And yet he would still fight alongside me to the death because I was a brother Marine. And how dare you attack a Marine? How dare you attack America? It may sound weird to people that are civilians that have never been in the service, that someone could not agree with you, could be vehemently against your politics, could dislike you as a human being, and will fight tooth and nail to give up their life so that you will be alive. And you will do the same for them because it's above our personal differences. We love America. We love Marine Corps. We love our families. And we will protect them with our lives. That's why I'm so happy about the Marine Corps birthday. That's why I'm going to celebrate it. That's why I want Marines everywhere except in basic training to be able to have a wonderful day. And for those of you guys who are going and are in basic training, enjoy. I bet they're going to give you a steak. You'll have to eat it with a spoon and your left hand, but you'll have a steak. My suggestion, get 2 pieces of bread, turn it into a sandwich. Easiest way to eat the steak. Don't try and use the spoon. And by the way, why can you only eat with a spoon in your left hand? At least this is under Drill Instructor Sergeant Williams, Senior Drill Instructor Sergeant Williams. Why did he not allow any of the recruits to use your right hand or a fork? Because if you ever get shot by the enemy, you may not be able to use your main hand. So you'll still need to feed yourself. And rather than stabbing yourself and killing yourself because you have no coordination, you'll use a spoon so you can't kill yourself. And you'll learn how to eat with your left hand. Turn things into a sandwich. Makes it a lot easier, even in spaghetti. But that's something from my past. That's a little bit about the Marine Corps. I am proud as a Marine, as the son of a Marine, and as a Marine myself. I am proud of the other Marines that I have known over the years that I served with and that I know about. That includes my good friend Kit Cabello of Hard Lens Media, Hoorah, and my good friend Larry Sharpe, Hoorah, and so many others. Gonzalo Duran, who just ran, he lost. He was running for the public advocate of New York City. He's a Marine. Hoorah! There's so many of us. So many of us. And many people would not notice. You look at me today and go, but Mike, you're an old man. Wasn't always. And there's still that Marine inside me. I keep him. He's locked away. But trust me, things came, stuff hits the wall. You'll see that Marine come back. It never goes away. It never goes away. But that's the Marine Corps birthday. Just a little bit about that. Let me go take a couple of comments about that, by the way. So we see Gracie is with us, Gracie Grimm. She says, "Hey, Mike, if the city folk want to move out, tell them there is a house for sale in upstate. I would love to get out of here. When New York elects a communist, I'm done fighting for it." There's a lot of people who agree with you. And in fact, you heard me talking about that with Aubrey Shines. It's the problem with Mamdani that people haven't thought about. My guess was that assuming only 1% of the population of New York City, 8.5 million people live in New York City. If only 85,000 people, this is a tiny number, and estimates are right now from the number of calls that have gone out to Florida, Texas, North Carolina, Tennessee, people have been flooding real estate agents. There are people who are estimating at this moment that as many as 1 million people, 1 million people could be leaving New York State. We're talking about, that's over 10%. That's about 12% of the population in the city. That means that New York State would lose over $20 billion just from New York City alone. And those people aren't going to go upstate because you're still in the bluest of blue states. You're still in a progressive leaning socialist state. You're not going to be treated any better. And I'm sorry for people. I lived upstate. I lived in Broome County. I lived in Binghamton for 20 years. I understand upstate is more red than New York City. But the problem is, who's taking over? Who's in charge? Well, you have people like Kathy Hochul, who doesn't care. She just wants her personal power, just like her boss, who is Andrew Cuomo. They're there for themselves, for the grift that they can do. So we have those kind of politicians, or we have people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Zorhan Mamdani, who are fanatical believers in this idea that has failed everywhere in the world. Why would you want to be in this state? That's why since 2013, under Andrew Cuomo, when he said that if you are a conservative, if you love your guns and your God, get out of New York, people have been listening to him. Kathy Hochul said the same thing, that if you're a conservative, you're a Republican, this isn't the right state for you. Get out. That's the governors of New York. Now, if my good friend Larry Sharpe, a libertarian, wins, maybe we turn this around. But if we continue to have Democrats that are more and more socialist, if not directly socialist and communist, if that's who's in charge, why would you want to stay in this state? And people aren't. They're leaving. I hope someone does go to your property, Gracie, and that they buy your house. I hope they say, well, I don't need to get out of the state. I just need to get out of the city. Some of them will. Most won't. And New York State will not be able. We're already in debt. We're going to become even more in debt. By the way, one of the things no one's ever talked about, if 100,000 people, New York loses every year for 10 years, we've lost at least 200,000 people. Sometimes 300,000. 200, 300. That's why we lost 2 congressional seats, and we should have lost a third. We have been losing congressional seats since 1960. In 1958, the New York State had 45 seats in Congress. Huge. Today, we have 26. And if it wasn't for the fact that we count illegal aliens, New York State would have 25, if not 24, members of Congress. That's in debate. We might have had 25. We might have been down to 24. If 1 million, if the estimates out there right now are correct, and 1 million people leave, that means we lose another 3 members of Congress. That means New York State will have 23 members of Congress. That means we have less influence in politics. We have less say in what happens in America. It means that it will be devastating. Why stay in a state that is falling apart? I am at a loss. I fight for New York. I'm here in politics in New York. I'm deep in New York politics. I'm still fighting the good fight against the socialists, the progressives, and the Democrats. I'm trying to show them the light of the failures of what they have been doing and how it's affecting us going forward. But I can't hide from the reality. This is the consequence of what they have done. And that consequence hurts everyone. All the Republicans, it hurts all the Democrats, it hurts everyone. And it hurts our nation as well. Because that means that New York State is going to be more and more in debt, and they're going to turn around to the federal government and say, give us more and more money. We have more and more people who will be unemployed. As I just laid out when I was on with Aubrey Shines, okay, the people leave. If even 1%, if 85,000 people leave New York, that means that there will be more poverty, there will be more crime, there will be more people who are unemployed. That's without, and that's before Zorhan Mamdani even tries one of his dumb ideas like a $30 minimum wage. God help us if he gets that. We see that $20 minimum wage put 20,000 people out of work in California. Imagine how many people will be out of work in New York City if he goes $30 an hour. You're going to see McDonald's close all over the place. You're going to see Wendy's, and you're going to see all the small mom and pops. They're just going to close. We already see that, 1 out of 7 businesses on Fifth Avenue are empty. You're going to see that number increase, especially if he does a $30 an hour minimum wage. You're going to see businesses fly out of here, which means they're going to be screaming to the federal government, we need more money. We have more poverty. We have to pay for more people on food stamps. How can we pay for all that? We can't. We need the federal government to get it. So everyone else in the nation will give New York more money because New York failed. Just because of Zorhan Mamdani. He's putting the failure of New York on adrenaline, on acid, on cocaine. He's just amping it up. He's speeding up the process. The process has been happening for over a decade, actually for about 5 decades now, but he's going to put this thing in hyperdrive, and we are going to suck down into the swamp and fail. Unless people suddenly see the light and change their mind. I don't know. I'll fight. I'm a Marine. I fight. Whether I win or lose, I fight. So we'll see. We'll see. I will try. I will try my very, very best. Gracie goes on to say, we're done. Yeah. Hegseth has a good quote there. Let's see. What else we got here? Happy birthday. Crystal. Hello, Crystal. I don't think I've seen you on the channel before. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate your thank you. Crystal says, happy birthday, Marine. Thank you. And if you're a Marine or no Marines, happy birthday to them as well. That'll be tomorrow. Joel says, Marines keep that look about them. When we're angry, oh yes. And most people have never seen me angry because I don't like being angry. What is that saying from Bill Bixby when he was the Hulk? Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me if I were angry. Yeah, that's I've actually scared people who have seen me angry get scared. Legitimately, true story. A couple of people got very, very scared and ran because I was mad. I was very, very angry, and they really were terrified. It happens. Let's see. Okay. This is a new name. Let me work this one out. Shmir Choholm. Shmir Choholm. Did I pronounce that correctly? It's a tough one. I believe it's pronounced Shmir Choholm. Says mystical D-Live drop. Okay, I'm not sure what that means. Remember, I'm 57 and a half. I don't know younger things. I don't know what a mystical D live drop is, but thank you, I guess. What's this? Gracie says, and Veterans Day is on Tuesday. Yes, and on Tuesday, I will be talking about veterans. I will be happy to talk about veterans, all of the veterans of all the various parties. But Marine Corps birthday comes first, and I have a bias. I'm willing to tell you guys my bias. I'm a Republican, I'm conservative, and I'm a Marine. I have biases. So there's that. But on Veterans Day, I will be happy to talk about all of the veterans and wish all of the veterans a great day as well. I do, in fact, I say that now to all the veterans. I love you all. I respect you all. And I want you to have a great day filled with love and joy wherever you may be, especially if you're a Marine. Especially if you're a Marine. All right. So I did want to cover that a little bit. Again, folks, remember, like, share, like, and subscribe and share. It makes a difference. Now, I do want to mention something because I think it's, oops, wait a minute. Bear with me a second. There we go. So I did want to bring up something. Here it is at the 1 hour and 20 minutes. Wow. I'm running behind today. It's all right. It's a 5-hour show, so it doesn't matter. Now, I did want to mention, and you'll see this across the bottom of the screen, something that I'm going to be doing from now until January 1st. And I'm going to play this for you guys. So you may have seen this on the channel. I put it up already. It's on YouTube and Rumble. It's on TikTok, although TikTok won't show this to anyone. I don't know why. TikTok at the moment is mad at me, and they don't want to share any of my videos, my little shorts, with anyone out there. I don't know why. But you may have seen this on the other properties. And I'm going to play this from the beginning for you guys so you can see this. So bear with me. So what you see here, it's short. That was pretty short. It's like 30 seconds. And what I'm doing for the month of November, the month of December, I will take 50% of everything I am able to raise on this channel. Everything across all of the properties of No Soundbites Allowed, MV Consulting Incorporated. So if people buy a t-shirt, if you buy a mug like this, can you see it? There it is. One of our mugs over at Zazzle. If you do a super chat, if you do a super reaction, a Rumble rant, whatever it is, no matter what the amount is, whatever I net out of that, I will take 50% and I am giving it to the Jericho Project. Now, those who were around for my birthday marathon, April 6th, 2025, I was on for 12 hours, and you will know that I raised $200 and some odd for the Jericho Project, and I was live when I donated to the Jericho Project every single dime. And I showed you exactly the math, and I showed you every single dime, and I donated exactly, gave it all over. I'm going to do it again because New York City is going to be a mess. And I know the homeless are going to suffer, and veterans are going to suffer, and families are going to suffer because of Zorhan Mamdani and the socialist policies out there. So I'm going to do something proactive because I believe, and people know on this channel, I've been homeless myself. I know exactly how that feels. I know far too many veterans. I have friends with family. I understand the economy. I'm a poor man myself. You may not realize it. I'm poor as well. I lost my house 2 years ago. I lost 95% of everything I have ever owned. I am poor. I understand exactly the need out there, but I don't want you to go to government. I don't want you to have to become a slave to socialism or to progressives or to Democrats or the government at all. Look at the shutdown. I don't want you to have to wait for some government because they're playing politics with one side and the other. I don't want you to have to go through that. I want you to be able to be okay. So I'm going to take my money, whatever I can earn, through all the programs, everything, Patreon, PayPal, this channel with the super chats and the Rumble rants, and I'm going to take whatever you guys provide in your support. I'm going to cut that in half, and I'm going to give it to the Jericho Project to help the homeless, to help families, to help veterans on day one, because I don't trust Zorhan Mamdani, and I think he's going to fail from the very beginning. He's already been failing. We've already heard Kathy Hochul say she's not going to fund some of his wish list dreams. She's not going to be giving him the money that he needs for all of these freebies that he wants to give out, because they're not free. They cost money. That money has to come from somewhere. And he's already costing the city because people are moving out. And if only 85,000, and we know it will be more, but if only 85,000 people leave, that's going to hurt the city and the state in the billions. In the billions. So I'm going to help the homeless. I'm going to help the veterans. I'm going to help families the best way I can through this channel, through your purchases. You can go and get a mug. I've got t-shirts. There's a bunch of different designs out there. You can get mouse pads. You can go and just do a super chat or a Rumble rant for whatever amount that you want. You can go and join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month, $1.50 per month. You can't be part of a Patreon or part of a group of people for less money than that. That's all it takes. And I will give 50%, and I will show you the numbers so that you will see I am a man of my word. I will show you how much money that you have helped me to raise, to help the homeless, to help our veterans, to help everyone. I have to thank Aubrey Shines. It was in that conversation, when you saw that little short clip of me talking to Aubrey Shines, I was thinking about that after we taped it on Friday at 11 in the morning. And I was thinking about it all day. And I said, you know what, Mike? I need to do something more. I am absolutely sure that New York State and New York City will lose billions, if not tens of billions of dollars because of Zorhan Mamdani. And I voted. I did what I could, but I need to do more. And since I am a man who stands behind my convictions, I stand behind my word and my beliefs, I think that the homeless will be harmed. I think veterans will be harmed. I think families will be harmed. I'm not going to wait to fight. I'll be fighting politics with Democrats and Republicans and everybody later. I'm going to help these people day one. January 2nd, I'm going to be making a donation. I will make a donation on January 2nd. It will include 50% of everything we are able to raise, and I need your help for that. Share this to everyone you can. You know what? If they don't like me, fantastic. Get a mug. I got a bunch of different types of mug. Get a t-shirt, get a sweatshirt, get a mouse pad. Join the Patreon for $1.50 a month. Whatever it takes. Whatever you can afford. Don't hurt yourself. Don't put yourself out, but whatever you can afford. And I'm going to give that money to those who will need it, because community will spend the money better. Jericho Project does a better job of helping our homeless, our veterans, our families far better than the government. And unlike the government, they don't shut down. So that's my answer to Mike. Well, what are you going to do? How can you help people? Are you going to fix it? Yes, I am. This is how I do it. This is what I will do. And I've said it publicly. I put the video out, and I'm telling you in person, and I will be speaking about this every week, every Sunday throughout the year. And for those who don't know, I don't take vacations. I don't take holidays off. I don't care what day Christmas is. I don't care what day New Year's. If it's a Sunday, I'm on, and I do not take them off. That's it. I will be here every week, and I will be telling you about this, and I will raise up the money, whatever we can. Because I'm a man of my word. I try to be. Shelly is with us. Hello, Shelly. Good evening to you as well. And Joel says, Jericho, the Jericho Project is a great cause. They are. And I was very happy to give them money on after my birthday. And I was very happy that I could raise as much money as I did. The most I've ever raised on this channel, $200 and some change, $200 and I think it was $260 that we were able to give Jericho Project. I did it live. In fact, I was on one of the Sunday shows, our live stream, and I actually did it during the show so that you guys can watch me do it live and make the donation. I'm very happy to have given them money. And Shelly says, smash the like button, please. Smash that like button and subscribe. Absolutely. And that costs you nothing. It costs you nothing to like and subscribe, but it makes a big difference to me. Hopefully, somebody who wants to be a sponsor, I don't know, gun group, food group, somebody, not Raid, Shadow 11s, but someone else will see this and say, you know what? I want to sponsor Mike. I want to help those veterans. I want you to help get some money. Maybe they sponsor this show for a month or two, and we get to raise a couple hundred, maybe a couple $1,000 for the Jericho Project. I hope so. By the way, if I get a sponsor for November, if I get a sponsor for December, I will donate 50% of whatever that sponsorship is able to provide to the Jericho Project. I will donate 50%, whatever. If somebody wants to come in and say, hey, I'll do a contract with Mike and he can be on my program, fantastic. And 50% of that will go to the Jericho Project. Doesn't matter how much. If I win the lottery and I make $1 million, I will give half of that lottery winnings to the Jericho Project. Hope that I win. Pray that I win a lottery between now and the end of the year, and 50% will go to the Jericho Project. I've made a contract with you. You are my witnesses. This is my legal binding contract. That's how I do things. Okay. Let's move on a little bit. Hour and a half, and we just got through all the breaking news. Oh my God. I am so behind today. All right. But I hope people are enjoying this. I hope this is being informative for you guys. Or if you're hate watching, hopefully you're enjoying the hate watch for those who don't agree. Okay. Let me do a little bit of another public service announcement. And I want people to know. So we now have 10 states have linked formulas for babies to botulism, infant botulism. Now that's scary. That's a very scary thought. It's a very serious issue. And you can see this is coming from the Associated Press. This is coming out of the FDA. Look, I don't care if you like or dislike RFK Jr., doesn't matter. I don't care if you like or dislike Maha, Make America Healthy Again, doesn't matter. The fact is that we have this announcement coming out from the Associated Press. This is coming out from the FDA. This is from the federal government. It is in 10 states. Young children, bottle-fed children who are on formula are getting botulism. This is scary. After the show, I will have a link to this story so that you can see it for yourself, so that if you need to take information or you need to send it out to someone, I want you to see this. By Heart Incorporated agreed to begin recalling 2 lots of the company's whole nutrition infant formula. Okay? This is from the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. And again, that company is By Heart Incorporated. And they have agreed to recall 2 lots of their whole nutrition infant formula. And that's the one. You can see that the formula lots are here on the screen. We know that cases have occurred in Arizona, California, Illinois, Minnesota, New Jersey, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Texas, and Washington State. So, if you're in any of those states, in fact, whatever state you are in, definitely look at the lot numbers that are here. I know it's a little small on the screen. I will have the link after the show and you'll be able to see it. But in case you need to see it right now, please, here is the article from the AP, Infant Botulism in 10 U.S. states linked to formula being recalled. Look that up independently. If you have a young child, you know someone with a young child that is being bottle fed on formula, and let their parents know. It's just that straightforward. It's just a public service announcement. I want them to know so that they can be okay. I'm happy to pass on that information. Again, I don't care whether you like or dislike RFK Jr. I don't care if you like the FDA, the Trump administration, Orange Man bad. I could give a damn less. This is about saving kids. Pass the information on. Please do. Please pass this information on. And I know it's not getting nearly enough attention from the mainstream news media to you. So I will do what they won't. I'm trying to make sure you know about it. Okay. What is this? We got a comment here. Vigilant Patriot was here. Hey, Vigilant Patriot. I'm glad that you were here. I hope you stay here. This is coming from the D Live. Oh, that's where, yeah, I got a couple people over on D Live that are showing up today. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. I'm glad that people on the D Live link are actually showing up. I appreciate you. All right. Let me see here. So let's get into some of the news, the actual news that I actually plan to talk about a little bit here. And I was watching my friend Kit Cabello, who's part of Hard Lens Media. And by the way, Kit is a leftist. So yes, I do know people on the left. I know people who are independents. And it's not just, I don't just talk to an echo chamber of Republicans and conservatives. I talk to people all over. Larry Sharpe is a libertarian. Kit Cabello, I watch his program on a regular basis. He's a leftist. And I was actually talking, we were texting, Kit and I, about the latest news. And and Kit has been fantastic about covering the news of ICE and mass deportations in Chicago. He's been covering it for several months now. He's been talking about it on Jimmy Dore and many other programs, and his own program as well. And I do listen to him for information about what's happening out there myself, as well as talking to him through text. And so we know last night he had sent me a text saying, hey, there was someone doing a drive-by on immigration agents, Border Patrol or immigration, and tried to shoot them. He said, this is bad. It's getting worse. This is boiling and it is getting worse. And I agree with him 1,000%. And if it's happening in Chicago, how long until it's happening in Portland? And we will see it happen again in LA. And it's going to happen in New York, probably in Brooklyn. And it will happen over in Boulder, Colorado, or Aurora, Colorado, Austin, Texas. You're going to see this in Detroit. You're going to see this across the country in the bluest of blue, in Boston. You're going to see this in all of the bluest of the blue cities. It is not an isolated event. The people who are fighting to protect illegal aliens, they have nothing else to release. They used to protest for Hamas. Well, Trump ended that war. And now they're still frustrated. They still want to go out and they want to protest. They want to say Orange Man bad. They want to say they hate America. They want to have human rights, not constitutional rights, not God-given rights. They want human rights. They want your stuff. And they need to go out and do something. And so they're going out to protest, to riot, to commit arson, to try and kill people. And that's sad. And it should be denounced. We should be hearing, Pelosi, you want to retire? Fantastic. You're free now. Nancy Pelosi, you're 85. You're retiring. You have absolutely no reason in the universe not to denounce the violence that we are seeing. That's it. We know it. Come out and speak and say the truth that this is unacceptable, regardless of your political influence. Yes, I see it. Sorry, talking to my family member. Nancy Pelosi, denounce it. Denounce it. You haven't denounced Antifa. You haven't denounced BLM. You haven't denounced the grifters out there. You haven't denounced the agitators. Denounce them. You got nothing to lose, Nancy Pelosi. You're no longer part of the party. You're retiring. It's about time. You should have retired 40 years ago. But you're finally getting out of politics. You already have your millions, hundreds of millions between you and your husband. You already have your gated property. You've got nothing to lose, Nancy. You're at 85 years of your life. You may live another 20 years. Fantastic. Good for you. You've got no reason not to say, stop this. The violence must end. Speak up, Nancy Pelosi. Maybe some of these Democrats, maybe some of these Democratic socialists, some of these progressives, maybe they will listen to you. You can't blame the law enforcement. They're doing their job. They were told, deport the illegal aliens. Enforce the existing law that was created by Nancy Pelosi, that was created by the Democratic Party. Enforce the law. They shouldn't be shot at for doing their job. You want to protest? Fantastic. Protest all you want. Going up and down the street, scream in front of the ICE building. No problem. I have no problem with that. You're an American citizen. You can protest. If you like Rocky Road instead of butter pecan, protest all day long. That is your right. I have no problem with that. That doesn't mean you interrupt and stop law enforcement doing their job. It doesn't mean you try to kill people for doing their lawful job. You don't like it? You don't have to like it. I didn't like Obama. I didn't like Biden. I don't like many of the leftist policies that I see in my state from Kathy Hochul and from Eric Adams and what's coming from Zorhan Mamdani. That doesn't mean I'm going to try and burn down their houses. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean that it is a personal attack. It's not violence. You don't get to use violence against someone. And if we don't stop this now, just like my good friend Kit Cabello, who is a leftist, who is in Chicago, it will escalate. He says it. I agree with him. And it will spread. We need to stop this now. And Chuck Schumer and the rest of them should speak up. The government shut down, Mike. Great. Then you have nothing else to do. There's only two things. If you're a senator, you should be debating in the Senate and saying, hey, let's get the government open. All you need to do is get 5 Democrats to come together and vote yes. All the Republicans already said yes. All of the Republicans in the House said yes. Just 5 Democrats say yes, and the government opens up. That should be all the Democrats are talking about in the Senate. That's it. And for everyone else in government, they should be denouncing this. You have nothing else to do. Protest all you want. Denounce the violence. End the violence. End it. Demonstrably, definitively. End Antifa. And end the BLM. End the rioting and the arson and the attacks. End it. Don't hide from it. Don't blame it on someone else. Don't tell me Orange Man bad. Stop it. All right. Hey, and John came in, and John was the first one to make a super chat. John gave us a super chat of $19.99, and he said, let's do this. That means that $10 is coming And that's going to the Jericho Project. Thank you, John. Thank you so much. That's $10 for Jericho Project right there. I appreciate you. I thank you for your support with this. Now, folks, it's a little bit early. Normally at the 2-hour mark, we do a break so that I can walk my dog. My dog's 14 years old. His name is Khan. Hey, Khan. Did he go to sleep? You want to go outside? Sorry, I'm looking at my dog right now. And he was just looking at me. It's raining outside. There he goes. Yeah, he wants to go outside. My dog is 14 years old. His name is Khan, as in Genghis Khan. No, not like the movie. His name is Genghis Khan, the conqueror of the largest landmass, the single largest country, empire by landmass in the world. Genghis Khan. That's who my dog is named after. He's all of 24 pounds now. He got fat. You may remember he used to be 20 pounds. He's 24 now. So he's getting fat and he's old. He's 14 years old. And he needs to go out for his walk in the rain. At least it's not cold. Or at least it wasn't cold before. So we're going to go out and do that. That takes about 45 minutes. So for about 45 minutes, I'm going to step away. While I am gone, I am going to play for you. I had an interview with the Liberty First Foundation this Wednesday. I was able to speak to Don Brown. He is running for Senate in North Carolina, and we were able to ask him some questions and to speak with him on Wednesday. He stayed up and he was able to speak with us. I'm going to play part of that for you in case you may have missed that conversation. And then in 45 minutes, so let's say 5:30, at 5:30, I will be back and we will pick up with the rest of the show. There is way more that we want to talk about in terms of Mamdani, if we want to talk about in terms of, oh God, what was I going to talk about? Hang on. I have too much stuff. The economy, we want to talk about Mamdani. We want to talk about what's happening with Elise Stefanik, the governor's race. There's a few things. So we're going to come back and we're going to talk about all of that when we return. But you got until 5:30. Get yourself something to eat or drink. Nope, that's not it either. Where is it? No. Come on. Hang on one second. I'm trying to bring this up so that we can do this properly. There it is. Okay. All right. And I will be back shortly. Hello, Mr. Brown.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hello, welcome to the show. We actually got to work into this week.
Hey, if at first you try and don't succeed, my grandmama used to say, so here we are.
Okay. When I started up the stream tonight, I kind of gave them a little bit of your background, but please, sir, give us some of your background and kind of let us know more about you.
Well, all right. I grew up in eastern North Carolina, down near the Outer Banks. Went off to school, became a U.S. Navy JAG officer, and served 5 active, another 11 in the reserves. Started writing books and got involved in some pretty heavy-duty litigation matters, and done some constitutional law while I was just a few years into my practice. As an ex-JAG officer, I got very active in rules of engagement issues with regard to our troops in Afghanistan and Iraq, especially after the bin Laden raid in 2011. Right. The rules of engagement shifted basically to make our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marine targets. The Obama administration valued the lives of the Taliban more than Americans. And I worked pretty closely with our now Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, on a couple of cases that got some national attention, one involving an 82nd Airborne paratrooper named Lieutenant Clint Lawrence, who had been prosecuted for quote-unquote murder, based upon a firefight that this platoon got in Afghanistan. They railroaded the kid. Pete and I worked very, very hard on that case. Got a lot of national attention. President Trump pardoned Clint. Prior to that, I had been involved in investigating and writing a book on the shoot down of an American Chinook helicopter in Afghanistan, call sign extortion 17 in 2011. And that was a horrible situation where we lost 30 Americans, including 17 members of SEAL Team 6 or United States Navy.
Right.
Division.
Yeah, I remember when that happened.
Yep. So I wrote that book. They did a movie on that, which is distributed by Salem Communications. So I got involved in that and got involved in working with the House Armed Services Committee to lead an investigation of that shoot down. So it became very, as a vet, and we're coming up on Veterans Day here just in a few days, was very active in trying to protect our servicemen and women using some of the skills that I acquired as a JAG officer, and got involved in some high-profile cases. After that, got involved in some J6 litigation, defending and giving legal advice to several of our J6 patriots who all they did was basically walk into the Capitol, walk out, and he wound up, being charged mercilessly. The whole J6 prosecutorial scheme was an assault on the Constitution, and they represented the youngest J6er, Elliot Bechet, who we think he's the youngest at 20 years old, and have given advice to some others as well. After that, got involved in the medical freedom movement when the Biden administration was pushing the jab down everybody's throats, threatening to and so got involved in some major federal litigation there and attacked the constitutionality and some other legal theories we used. And so afterwards went out running for Congress once, and now here we are running for the United States Senate in North Carolina. So we've been involved in some frontline issues that have been crucial to our nation in the last 10 years or so, and hoping to keep the battle alive as we enter this race for the U.S. Senate, continue to crisscross the state of North Carolina, 65 out of 100 counties so far. So we're pushing hard.
Okay. Yeah, I used to live in North Carolina. I was actually stationed in New River.
Yeah.
And then I lived in Havelock for about 3 years.
Yeah. Well, that's a beautiful section of the country. I grew up in the eastern part of the state, was in New Hanover County just yesterday. I've been in Craven County, saw a couple of ospreys in the air and had to explain to somebody what that strange looking bird was up there. But Marines are very important to the state of North Carolina, with Camp Lejeune being here, with New River being here, and of course Fort Bragg is here in North Carolina. We're probably in some ways, the most military friendly state in the Union in some ways. Virginia's got the big Navy bases, but for the Army and the Marine Corps and Seymour Johnson Air Force Base being here, North Carolina is a military state. And so I've got the military at the top of my mind, our vets at the top of my mind. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure our vets get treated right.
Don, if I may, I can call you Don, yes?
Oh, I hope so. My daddy was Mr. Brown. I'm just Don, my man. So you call me anything you like. It's great.
Okay. Don, so I noticed you previously had run in the 2024 Congressional District 8, North Carolina 8th District. And so that was actually your first foray into running for Congress.
Correct.
Obviously, you didn't win that. Fair enough. First time candidate, happens to a lot of people. But I have to wonder, so you went from Congress and now you're seeking the Senate. And that's kind of an upgrade. And I'm wondering, what made you make that decision to go from a House seat, House of Representatives, to the Senate?
That was never in the plan to upgrade, as you say, although I believe that our local elections are just as important as the national elections, and we can't let the Democrats run hog wild and city council and school board races, etc. But I won't get sidetracked. To answer your question, we did run in 24. Was urged to do that. Jumped in that race very late. As a matter of fact, jumped in the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, a week before Thanksgiving with a March 3rd primary. So we jumped in late. You can't do too much over the holiday, so we were really running with a very short runway in front of us. Did fairly well. If we jumped in earlier, I'm not going to say that we would have won, but I think we could have been a lot. We could have, you know, come pretty close. I'm very delighted that Mark Harris was elected in the 8th district. But to answer your question, running for the Senate was never on my radar. But ironically, I had a lot of my opponent's supporters in the 8th district who were encouraging me to run. I'm talking about my opponent's supporters, not just my supporters, and I kind of blew them off. And at the time, Senator Tillis was making a lot of noise against the president's agenda, and he continues to do that. And we needed a conservative response to Senator Tillis. North Carolina is the home of the great Jesse Helms, who years ago was a giant in the Senate, and we haven't had anybody like him since then. But the straw that broke the camel's back was, really, as I mentioned earlier, I've done some work with Pete Hegseth. The guy is the real deal. I mean, I can tell you, I think he's going to be our greatest Secretary of Defense, now Secretary of War in history. He is a soldier secretary. But when Tillis went after Pete, President wanted Pete as Secretary of Defense, now Secretary of War, and Tillis had said that he would basically support any of the president's cabinet nominees who came out of committee. And Pete came out of the Senate Armed Services Committee with flying colors, and then Tillis still tried to torpedo that nomination. And to me, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. So we jumped in the race. At the time, there was one other Republican, Andy Nelson, who I have gotten to be friends with on the campaign trail. Andy has now left the race, but we needed a conservative constitutional alternative to Tillis. Tillis was going to lose. And, it's like President Reagan once said, if not us, then who? And if not now, then when? And it kind of fell into place through a combination of circumstances not having been planned. And I joke around wherever I go, look for a psychiatric referral, just kind of joking around when I go, you got to be half crazy to want to do this. But I do it for love of state and for love of country. And our country is in trouble with this exploding national debt that the Republican Party still hasn't come up with a cogent plan to attack. And I hope to do that. And so that's the reason we're here, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay. So if I understood that correctly, the answer was you don't like Senator Tillis, you like Pete Hegseth, and people in the North Carolina 8th District asked you to run. So those were the three factors.
I think that's kind of, let me say, it's not that I don't like Senator Tillis personally. I don't like his.
I'm not talking about personal. I'm talking professional. Yeah. We're talking about their work.
That's right. And Hegseth is a friend, and I was being encouraged by folks in the 8th to run, including a lot of my opponents' supporters from the congressional race, which I was complimented by that. And so, yes, I think it's fair to say those were sort of like the flash points that kind of led us to where we are now.
Okay. Because in looking over that race, the primary,
right,
and the results there, looking at the FEC funding, you brought in about $82,000. And normally a Senate race, and I understand you mentioned you jumped into the North Carolina 8th rate late. Okay, fair enough. I've run for Congress myself. I understand it's difficult. It's hard to raise money. No problem. But now you're early on 2026. You jumped in. Normally, a race of this magnitude would cost about $2 million to $5 million. Do you believe you can raise that?
Yes.
But you only raised $81,000 for your congressional race.
Yes. Well, remember, let me back up again. The congressional race, we entered it the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and so it's hard enough to run in a Senate race or a congressional race, but when you enter it during the holidays, it makes it even more challenging. So you don't have enough runway to get involved with. So we did not wait until the last second here. We entered the race in February. And so we've got a much, much stronger organization than we had in the congressional run. We have county captains all over the state, and we've got thousands of supporters And so we are trying to give ourselves an opportunity to win this at the grassroots level, and I believe we're going to do it.
Okay. I'm only trying to understand. I don't mean, I hope it doesn't come across as if I'm attacking. I'm trying to understand the nature of the race and your position in that race so others can also understand it as well. So I'm just trying to understand those discrepancies because they aren't clear to me. But I did also look over at your website, and it's a very interesting website. Now, by the way, let me stop. Reintroduce myself. I love politics, and I just jump right in. I apologize. I don't know if you've been introduced. I'm Michael Voss with No Sound Bites Allowed. I have been covering politics for over 20 years, in particular national, international politics, congressional races across the country.
Right.
So these are questions I would ask and have asked everyone from national vice presidential candidates all the way down to local candidates. So I don't want it to seem like I'm being mean in any way. I'm just trying to understand.
Michael, you ask anything you like. I've got a thick skin, man, so go for it.
Well, you have to.
Right,
at the
exactly.
position you're going for.
And no question is a bad question. Every question is fair. And if I don't think it's fair, we'll have a discussion on that too. So fire away, brother. I'm very much aware of your reputation. Appreciate your good work.
Well, I have a good reputation. Well, most people like me.
Sure, of course we do.
So I was looking at some of the proposals that you have, and people can check this out at Don Brown for NC. Don Brown for NC. Sorry, my eyes are weak, and it's on my other screen. And they can go on there and they can just click on your policies page. I do recommend people to check that out. No matter what happens, you always go to the source, and sources whenever possible. So I'm looking over your policies, and many of them are very much MAGA, America First policies. That's true. But at the same time, they rub against some of the establishment GOP, as well as, of course, all the Democrats. So I'm wondering, we'll take one as an example, constitutional protection for the unborn. Let me ask you, how do you think you're going to get that passed?
Well, the policies that I'm putting on this page, the policies including that, my position on life is I believe that the unborn have constitutional protection. And I think my point is, it's not a matter of getting that passed. It's a matter of communicating consistency in the law. Because if you look, and you know, I've practiced a little law on my own, and I'm familiar with the way the unborn are treated in different areas of the law. So, for example, in the law of intestate succession, under which, you know, if a baby is conceived on Monday, the father is killed on Tuesday, that baby comes to be born 9 months later, that baby has a right under the law of intestate succession to inherit. So in other words, the right of inheritance goes to the date of conception under the law of intestate succession. The same is true under the law of personal injury. You know, if a baby is hurt in his or her mother's womb during a car wreck or even killed, there's a right, you know, to recover monetarily. That has not been the case when we talk about protecting the unborn in the world of this abortion stuff. And what I'm saying is we've got to rethink how we look at constitutional protection for babies. And I think once that happens, everything else will largely take care of itself. So it's not like I'm putting a specific proposal out there. I'm letting you know that my view of life is that life begins at conception, and we have an inconsistency in the way the law is applied, and we need to make sure the law is applied that way, that life begins at conception, and including protecting the lives of the unborn.
No, I agree with you, and I'm a proponent I'm pro-life.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with that, which is why I was wondering, is there a bill that you are looking to either sponsor or co-sponsor that you can mention to us that encapsulates the protection for the unborn and how you plan to approach in particular, the Democrats are the biggest part of it, although there are some members of the GOP as well. But I just wanted to hear how you were going to approach it, as others have tried to approach it, and nothing's made it through yet.
Well, after Dobbs, at least theoretically, the question returned to the states. The problem is that after Dobbs, where we haven't seen a reduction in the number of abortions, and that needs to happen. And I think it has to happen. To answer your question, when I was running for Congress in 2024, there was one of the questions that was asked in a debate with all. We had 6 candidates, I believe, had to do with theoretically a heartbeat bill. And I said, yes, I would support a heartbeat bill if it came to the floor. And one of my opponents sort of, talking in circles, would not do that. Not saying that I'm going to write it necessarily and bring it to the floor, but I certainly would support measures to protect the unborn at a federal level. But above and beyond that, and let me just say also, Democrats, even after the Dobbs decision, Biden and the former Secretary of Defense were still trying to force federal funds into abortions within the military, which is a violation of the Hyde Amendment, as you know, Michael, because you're a student of all this, and so you've got to get all federal funding out of it. So I'm going to push to get all federal funding out of it, but we've got to educate folks on when life begins, and we got to try to push that education as much as possible. You got to be compassionate with women who get pregnant and maybe the pregnancy isn't planned. You got to love them and be compassionate. But I think what I'm saying is I believe that life begins at conception, and I'm prepared to support legislation to protect life at every level. Now, I don't have a specific bill that I could cite to you right now, but I'm favorable to all types of federal protection for life. If you look at the Constitution of the United States, the Fifth Amendment provides, and as applied to the state through the 14th Amendments, that no state can deprive a person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And when we understand that an unborn baby is alive, you just can't take the life of the unborn baby without due process. So I favor due process. You just can't. I mean, when you abort a baby without any due process, you violated the 14th Amendment. The states have, and the federal government has violated the Fifth Amendment, because those babies are entitled to due process. And I think we got to find a way to ensure that folks understand that those babies have a right to due process, just like a baby who's been born. The former governor of Virginia, Ralph Northam, who infamously said, the baby is born and the baby is set aside and the mother and the doctor will have a discussion. That's about as nefarious as it gets. And unfortunately, the Democrats have taken control of the Virginia governor's mansion again, but that's pretty nefarious. Those babies have a right to due process. And so that's what I mean when I'm talking about constitutional protection for children, and specifically for unborn children.
No, I understand. I understand your approach, which is very similar to the heartbeat bills that we've seen in Texas and Mississippi, a few other states.
Sure.
So I do understand it, and I understand the ideology behind it. So I do appreciate that. So again, I was just trying to understand how you were looking to move this forward in the Senate and to present it to Democrats, and if there was an actual bill attached to that. That's fine.
Yeah, and the first thing is to ensure that all federal funding everywhere is gone for abortions, every bit of it. And you can't have any exceptions for the military, for anybody else, because the Hyde Amendment prohibits that, in my judgment. But the Fifth Amendment also prohibits it, because it's a violation of due process, of taking a kid's life without due process. So that's what I can do from the federal level to try to block all funding for abortions, period. I want to support our states. The state of North Carolina, I think, needs to go farther in protecting kids, but that's a state question. But I will use my position, having a bully pulpit, to continue to argue and advocate for life and to protect life anywhere and everywhere we can. I think it's a scourge on our country that we have sacrificed so many babies since Roe versus Wade.
So, Don, can you tell me what are your top 3 issues?
Yeah.
And what bill would you propose on those 3 issues?
Right. Thank you. Well, there are some of those issues and some bills, and I will say first off, just last week or the week before, the national debt crested $38 trillion, and when I jumped into the race, it was 36 trillion something, then to 37 trillion, and then now 38 trillion. And President Trump and this administration have done a masterful job starting out with the slew of executive orders that have helped to protect freedom. But nonetheless, what's happening at this point is our Republicans have brought down the rate of spending to about. Let me rephrase. The other day, I was headed up to Asheville for an event in the mountains. I'm living in the Charlotte area, a couple hours up there, and there's a website called usdebtclock.org. I'm sure you guys are aware of it.
Yeah, that has currently at 38.1 trillion.
Yeah. So, and I pulled out this little cell phone I've got, and just for the heck of it, I was watching the debt clock and set it for a minute, let it run. The alarm goes off. The debt had increased $2 million in 1 minute, and it's about $37,000 a second. $2 million a minute comes out about $2.8 billion a day. Now, that's down from about $55,000 a second under the Democrats, $60,000 and $55,000, down to about $37,000 a second. That the debt is exploding still. So, we Republicans say we brought the level of spending down, but that's not enough. The national debt, in my opinion, gentlemen, is a latent, bomb. It is a hidden bomb that we are not looking at, and we get worked up about a lot of things, and we should be worked up about DEI. We should be offended that the wokeness of the Democrats have rammed down people's throats, trying to put little men in little girls' bathrooms and make girls compete against men and whatever it might be in the alphabet soup, whatever they're doing. All this stuff is crazy and offensive. But the danger that we have if we don't arrest the national debt is that we're going to lose the United States dollar. So this is issue number one. We Republicans have got to have a serious plan of attack, not just to slow the debt, but to reverse it.
Okay, what's your plan?
My plan is what I call a Deep State Reduction Act, and it would do two things. First off, it would reduce by 2/3 all non-military federal personnel over a 10-year period, which could be in some ways easily accomplished because you're retiring many of them out. Then you take the savings and apply that to the national debt. Then, and this is going to be painful, it's going to cause a lot of whining, but I want to see at least 2/3 of all federal agencies eliminated. And that money needs to go to attack the national debt as well. If you can't defend an agency clearly by the United States Constitution, it's got to go. Okay. And Congress has got to have the guts to do it.
What AGO?
Well, first off, the Department of Education's got to go.
And another one. That's Trump's already been trying to do that. That's been number one.
I want to come to the second one just in a second, but let me elaborate on that a second. We've got a Republican Congress. Why don't we still have a Department of Education? Okay. You might say maybe it's the filibuster with the Democrats, but do we even our Republicans have got to be stronger in taking these agencies out. The Internal Revenue Service needs to go. Okay. And we got to look at the way we do taxes. Got to go. Got to trash heap of history. FEMA, I think, has been a disaster. And I don't have a litany of all the agencies I would like to see eliminated tonight.
That's fine.
If you want me to come back on, I'll come up with a list. But FEMA has been a disaster here in North Carolina. A disaster with Katrina down in New Orleans. It's been a disaster with our 25 mountain counties who endured this Hurricane Helene just last year. We multiple reports of FEMA come in and try to block, supplies to go to folks. It's been a disaster. That's got to go. PBS has to go. The National Endowment of the Arts. I mean, some of these things. Listen, here's the thing about it. Mm-hmm. Rather than me give you a list of we know of approximately 400 agencies, and you can't say precisely because something may or may not be an agency, but depending on how you want to define it. But if you're going to get rid of
the government doesn't even know how many agencies it has.
Well, precisely. But listen, there's a criteria, and has to be a plan of attack. George S. Patton famously said that an imperfect plan, violently and recklessly executed is better than the perfect plan sitting on the shelf. So the plan starts with: can the agency be can it be supported constitutionally? And if it can, it's got to go. And I tell you, the welfare state's got to go. I mean, we're talking about right now. Just think about this: the Democrats have been, and I expect they're going to now cave and let the government roll. Now they've got a communist in New York City. They'll be so giddy that they won't worry about stopping the government shutdown anymore. But they were trying to force SNAP benefits for illegals. They wanted to force spending for that. First of all, why are you spending any money on the illegals? But the more fundamental question is, why are we doing these SNAP benefits at the federal level anyway? In other words, food stamp programs. Why are people from the federal government being allowed to receive benefits without work? The welfare state is not a product. It is not a constitutionally ordained product that we should be supporting anymore. So it's going to be radical.
But what about the general welfare clause, Don?
General welfare clause, that's pretty funny. General welfare clause in the preamble is not a justification for the welfare state. It means the well-being of the people, not the welfare state. Article 1, Section 8 is where you look primarily for the basic duties that the Congress has, and the Congress is supposed to be the principal organ of the government, which was created in Article 1, the presidency or the executive in Article 2. So, but that's what they'll say. They'll try to argue the general welfare clause, but that is simply not the case.
Well, I totally agree with you.
Right.
I know they take the general welfare clause completely out of context. Okay,
Well,
and they don't understand that the general welfare clause means the welfare of everyone,
right,
not specific individuals.
Right, and the welfare clause is in the preamble. We the people of the United States.
Actually, no, it's also in Article 1, Section 8, first
right.
paragraph.
You're correct. You're right about that, but it is not. But it is. You're correct in your interpretation. It has to do with the general well-being of the people. There's never, in fact, when you go back to the whole mantra of the American Revolution, taxation without representation, the whole point of the American Revolution was to have a slimmed down federal government, and that's the whole purpose of federalism anyway. When you look at the relationship between what the federal government should be and the state governments, you're looking at the basic. You're looking at certainly the U.S. military is constitutionally defendable under the Commerce Clause. By regulation of interstate commerce, you can talk interstate highways and roadways and airports and things of this nature. The post office is constitutionally authorized, although post office certainly needs a major overhaul.
Before we go further, Don, thank you for answering that. My purpose was to understand what are examples of when you say 2/3, it's very vague. It doesn't give us a clear understanding of what you're looking to target, what you're looking to do for the general voter or even for myself. You've answered that, so I thank you for giving me a better understanding. I do also want to introduce one of our co-hosts as well, which is Mr. Frank Johnson. He joined us a little bit late. He's been quiet and waiting. Frank, what's up?
Yeah, I had a little bit of a long day at the office today, and I was driving in by the time I got the invite to show up on the show. Don, thank you very much for being on the show tonight, and thank you also for throwing your hat into the ring, because as my wife told me, if I decided to do it myself, I would be living out in the garage at bare minimum. Now, I heard you're currently residing in the Charlotte area during your campaign. I happen to live in Charlotte. I'm right here in Mint Hill, North Carolina. I would hope that at some point, after we establish some friendliness this evening, that you and I would be able to sit down face to face and maybe go over some of your policy positions a little bit more in depth, and maybe in a I don't know, maybe a different environment. Because I noticed that according to one of the photographs on your website, I happen to see a over under top rate 12 gauge. Right. And I was curious as to which model that was. That it looked like a Franchi. I can't be sure.
Beretta. I have to check the model on it. I've got it at the house. I'll check that and get back with you. But it's a Beretta, and it's really more. It's more for show than it is for shooting. Now you have me in the office here, and I could pull out a variety of weapons I have with me at the moment, including a few ARs that are here in the office.
No, we can't pull out any. We learned the hard way a long time ago on here that anytime that we're simulcasting to YouTube like we're doing tonight, as soon as a firearm shows up, YouTube kills our feed, and not only kills the feed at the moment that the firearm arrives on scene, but it deletes the entirety of the show previous to that.
No show and
So,
tell. No show and tell.
Yeah,
it's too
no,
bad.
because if they were show and tell, we could probably go to about 4 o'clock in the morning. My safe ain't too far away from me. Now you're in North Carolina. I wanted to say I was listening to your point of view with when it comes to right to life.
Yeah.
And your value of it. I have never heard somebody use the inheritance argument as a means of being able to justify, the protection of life, because everybody, nobody ever looks back on that and as a means of legal protection that's being denied somebody. That's one more thing that they're being. So kudos to you, because that is a brand new approach, and I think you've got some serious legal legs under that.
Right.
One, thank you. That's a fresh approach. I mean, some of the approaches that I've always had in trying to convince people to extend my ideas have always seemed a little bit too past the fringe for people to be able to stomach. But I come up with some crazy ideas.
Well, and the inheritance argument is I'm pointing out that there's an inconsistency, an unconstitutional inconsistency in the way the law treats the unborn. And the inheritance argument is probably one of the strongest. People can understand that. So why are you giving that baby absolute right to inherit from the moment of conception on the one hand, but then you think you can just take the baby's life on the other hand, just because somebody might not want the life? You see, it's not consistent. Anyway, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent there, but I appreciate your
but I think that's a brilliant approach to it, because you're not only depriving somebody of the due process to life, you're depriving them of the due process of inheritance. So it's a double whammy right there. You've got two strikes right there. And I've never heard anybody make that approach. Everybody always makes listen, we can't even make the scientific approach anymore, because we can't even identify what a woman is anymore in this country. So trying to designate exactly when life begins, to try to explain that to people who don't understand the XXXY. Science went out the window 6 years ago, with COVID. Science disappeared. And when it comes to the other arguments that we always make, where people always try to make the moral or religiosity, argument when it comes to protecting life. Most of the people that are, quote unquote, pro-choice don't view either of those as being valid, because one, they have no moral compass, and two, they don't believe in religion. Or at least a religion that goes beyond what the government is powerful enough to do. And as we heard somebody in New York earlier today say, there is no problem too big for government to handle.
right.
And it just goes to show that, considering 95% of the problems that we have are government created, maybe, you as a military officer, I'm sure you've heard of the term flat spin. When a plane goes into a flat spin, and you talk to the pilots, and what do they tell you? You can try everything you can to try and recover that aircraft. Rudder left, rudder right, push that. Most of them, they tell you, hands off, feet off.
Right.
Let the plane will recover itself if you let it do what the plane is supposed to do. And that's the same thing with the free market economy. That's the same thing with government. The less involvement government has, and the more that we rely on the people to do what they do naturally, the better things are going to run. It needs a minimal amount of oversight in order for things to work the way nature intended it to work. So you eliminating departments, excellent. Your stance on on life, excellent. You're a Second Amendment guy, although I would tell you, update one picture at least so you have an AR in it, because you don't want nobody calling you a FUD between then and now.
I show you a couple right now, but you've given me the warning, so there you go. Anyhow.
All right. Well, like I said, I hope that one day you and I could sit or stand next to each other, and maybe the fresh aroma of gunpowder will be in the air as we try to compete for who can hit 1,000 on iron sights. That would.
I'll give my cell offline. You let me know. We'll make it happen, Frank. You got it.
Absolutely. Now, being in North Carolina, we've got there are moderates I don't believe exist in North Carolina. You've got a far left class, and then you've got a traditional right conservative class. I don't see a whole lot of moderates. I don't speak to a whole lot of moderates. And I speak to hundreds of people every day with just what I do and where I work. When it comes to people on the left that have been so entrenched in the welfare society, what are we going to try and do to them? Because you're going to have to win some of their votes to win a position in North Carolina politics. There's no two ways about it. You've got the 485 circle is predominantly left. You've got such a tremendous welfare class in there. How are you going to sway those people to come to your side without them having to go and experience the Mamdani effect of living under complete, socialist, communist control? Because Charlotte, for the most part, even though the people vote to the left, the lifestyle still is center, but their belief is left. It's an interesting dichotomy here. Charlotte is one of the 10 fastest growing cities in the country. It's also becoming one of the most unsafe cities in the country. We've got real estate prices. We've been down here 6 years. The price of our home has nearly doubled in 6 years. Everything has become so unaffordable down here. The people here, I know you're running for a national office, but you're still going to have to charm these people in some way to be able to say, how are we going to make a difference at a national level to you here at the local level? Is there any formula that you could use that you can try to tell these people that your job in Washington, how it reflects here locally?
These are good questions. When I got off of active duty in the Navy and moved to the Charlotte area in '92, there was a 6-5 Republican majority. I now live in Waxhaw, but have an office in Charlotte, so I'm in the area. I'm in my Charlotte office at the moment, even as we were being interviewed tonight. The issues that have affected North Carolina negatively in this. What the Western, I'll come back to Charlotte in a second, because as you pointed, first of all, let me deal with Charlotte. Charlotte, when I moved to the area, 6-5 Republican majority on the county commission and the city council. There was a Republican mayor, first Richard Vinroot, then Pat McCrory. Sue Myrick had been the mayor of Charlotte. She later on served with distinction in Congress. And the city was a pro-business city. It was run by pro-business Republicans. The Panthers came, Bank of America eventually came here. But then something began to happen, and city began to turn blue, and I used to represent Chrysler as an attorney in all of South Carolina, Western North Carolina. Detroit was one of the richest and most beautiful cities in the nation. It's gone to hell in a handbasket, and I've always been concerned about Charlotte becoming Detroit. The first order of business here is to deal with the law and order problem in the criminal explosion. You all know, you've probably seen the terrible video of this poor girl, Irina, who was a legitimate immigrant from Ukraine being brutally murdered on the Charlotte light rail. When that happened, I became the first and the only U.S. Senate candidate to immediately call on President Trump to bring the National Guard in to stabilize the light rail. He has not done it. 2 weeks later, the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge number 9 in Charlotte, joined me in calling for President Trump to do that. I have spoken with the president of the Fraternal Order of Police in Charlotte, and he tells me that Charlotte has fewer police officers on the street now than it had in 2018, but the population of the city has grown by 60,000. Now, that has put an inexcusable strain on the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. So I think with the city of Charlotte, you have to start with law and order and the foolish crime that goes on around here. We have several blue counties in North Carolina. North Carolina is becoming more and more predominantly red. We expect within a few weeks the Republican registration totally will eclipse Democrat registration. The trend is in our favor.
little flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us back here at No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss. Today is November 9th, and tomorrow will be Marine Corps birthday. Day after that will be Veterans Day. I hope everyone who has served in the military, especially those Marines, my fellow Marines out there, that you are going to enjoy these next couple of days. I hope you will find peace. I really do. And I'm back, and we've been talking about a lot of things on the show already, a little bit on what's happening internationally, especially over in the United Kingdom, as they have lied about our president. They have interfered with our international productivity. We've talked a little bit about that. We talked a little bit about what's happened when I've been on with Aubrey, with America Shines, with Aubrey Shines. You can see we were just showing you a little bit of my interview with Don. Oh God, now my mind went blank. Don Brown out of North Carolina about his senatorial hopes. We're going to be talking about more of the elections. We are in the 2026 election season already. Now, for average people, you probably won't pay attention for another 9 months or so. But for those of us who are involved in politics, the season actually started at the beginning of this summer in 2025, getting prepared for 2026. Now you're seeing all of the candidates who have come out now need more attention to raise more money so that they will have a better chance in the next election. And we'll talk more about some of those candidates, in particular, Elise Stefanik, coming up in just a little bit. I also, of course, want to talk a little bit about Justice Ketanji Jackson, who is a DEI hire and an activist on the Supreme Court. And she got presented a question, an issue about food stamps, SNAP benefits, and you may be surprised by the response that she provided, the direction she's taking the rest of the nation into, at least temporarily. We'll talk a little bit about that coming up. And of course, the fallout from the 2025 mayoral race here in New York City and how that is affecting New York State and the rest of the country. We talked a little bit about that earlier in the program, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, more specifically about the policies and the way it's changing New York State, how it's going to affect the 2026 midterm elections. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward. But not a problem. We're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more about Nancy Pelosi. We're going to talk a little bit more about mass deportations and what's happening in Chicago, the fight against lawful deportations. By the way, Alabama Barbie, you may be late, but you're here and I appreciate you. Thank you for being here with us on the channel. So never bad to be here late. Remember, folks, like, share, subscribe. You've been here for about 2.5 hours. Please take the opportunity to like, share, and most of all, subscribe. And if you can, either through a super chat, a Rumble rant, donate, and that will help us because we're going to be giving 50% of the proceeds over to Jericho Project in January 2nd, to help the homeless, veterans, and families because they will need the help in New York City. And we don't want to rely on the government for everything. We can get the job done better than government can, especially when the government is run by a socialist by the name of Zorhan Mamdani. Help me to help those veterans. Let's raise up money. We raised $260 some odd on my birthday over 12 hours. In the next 2 months, I'd like to break that. I'd like to get at least as much raised for the Jericho Project to help the homeless. I've been homeless. I know how it is. I've also served in the military, in the Marine Corps. We can do this, folks. We can do it together. So think of that, or you can go to PayPal or Patreon. Lots of ways. Whichever way feels best to you, I'm happy. So that being said, let me move forward a little bit. And we're going to talk a little bit. I was just checking on any updated news. No real breaking news coming out yet. So we had left off, and I had been talking about, kind of talking about what's happening in Chicago. And we know that Kat Abu, she assaulted a member of law enforcement, ICE members. She's running for the Illinois 9th District. And she's using that to try and get more publicity, to raise more money, because she thinks that the best thing that the left can do, the best way to get elected, is to be a criminal, to break the law, to violently break the law and stop law enforcement from doing their job. Remember, 77 million people voted for Donald Trump, who promised he was going to do mass deportations because that's what the law says should happen. And Donald Trump has been trying to do the mass deportations, fighting against sanctuary cities like New York City and LA, and sanctuary states like California, New York, Massachusetts, Illinois, Oregon, and many others. But we're getting the job done. But in Chicago, they're fighting. The left, we're talking about the progressives, we're talking about the Democratic Socialists of America, they're fighting for the illegal aliens that the city can't afford. That's one of the things that really drives me nuts. And I was talking to Kit Cabello about this because violence is amping up. And we always see this violence from the left. As much as they would like to say, well, the right is more violent, that's not true. What are we seeing right now? There was a shooting. The left is shooting at ICE agents. They've run cars and tried to run over ICE agents. We've seen that in California. We've seen that in Chicago. We see that in Portland. We're seeing them actively fight to protect illegal aliens. Kat Abu of the 9th District is trying to run for Congress so that she can help illegal aliens, not American citizens. You're not the priority. Illegal aliens are. Why? Because that breaks the government. Because we can't afford it. Right now, Chicago is in, I believe, $1 billion of debt just because of illegal aliens. In New York City has about $1.5 to $2 billion in debt just from illegal aliens. And same thing in California, same thing in Seattle. We see this across the country. And they're breaking the law to break the law even more. And they think this is a good thing. And as we said before the break, Nancy Pelosi, she's now admitted that she's going to finally be retiring. And that's a great thing. But what she should do with her leaving her retirement is that she should go out there and she should denounce this. But at the same time, it's coming from all sides, folks. Again, back in the United Kingdom, they're trying to plant doubt. There's this article came out today, last night. Border Patrol chief reprimanded for lying, claims shots were fired at immigration officers in Chicago. See, there should be punctuation in that headline. And they're trying to make it seem like yesterday when Chicago officers, ICE officers, legal law enforcement, when they were shot at, that this isn't true. Mind you, every news organization in Chicago, the national news media have covered this. Everyone agrees there was a shooting, but now you're seeing from the left, you're hearing from the Guardian, they're trying to put doubt on that no, it didn't really happen. No. The protesters, the leftist protesters, they would never lie about that. I mean, we only have videotape of people like Kat Abu attacking immigration officers, that they're attacking the vehicles, that we only have video evidence of these individuals trying to ram and run over immigration officers across this country. They would never be so violent as to shoot at them. Are you kidding me? This is documented. We know this. But in The Guardian, they're trying to say that because there are questions about some other incidents months ago with this individual who's been on TV, Mr. Greg Bovino, because they have some issue with some of the things he said in the past, they're trying to make a connection and say, well, this event that happened yesterday that has been covered by U.S. national news and is confirmed, well, that's not real. Didn't happen. This is just one big lie. Now, what am I supposed to believe? We have a history throughout multiple states, Washington State, over in California and Illinois. We've seen this in Texas. We've seen it in Massachusetts. We've seen this in Maryland. We have a history of these far leftists who are part of the Democratic Party. We see individuals who are running for the Democratic Party in elections in 2025, 2026, some of them hopeful of 2028. They are coming out and they are breaking the law to support illegal aliens who are draining and breaking the infrastructure of cities across America. And they think they're the good guys. And the Guardian thinks they're the good guys. This is a scary time, folks. This is a very scary time in America when we're seeing this. And if you go through the story, you will find out that they're not saying what they're saying here, that he got reprimanded for lying. It wasn't about what happened yesterday. That's months ago. That there were issues and questions about other events back in October. But that has nothing to do with what happened yesterday. They just want you to doubt so that when you read this headline and you go and you're at work or you're talking to your friends, they're going to say it didn't happen. So that you could say it didn't happen. It's just the right wing. It's just those MAGA people. It's just Donald Trump and the Trumpers. They want you to doubt that we are seeing substantial and radical change in America, moving ever further left towards more socialism, more destruction of our Constitution, and the implementation of human rights. They're going full bore. And people like Nancy Pelosi, the reason why Nancy Pelosi is retiring is she lost. She's lost all her power. Same thing for Chuck Schumer and many others. They've suddenly realized, oh my God, this new generation, these Democratic socialists, they initially were just 7% of the Democratic Party. But because of the indoctrination coming from academia, the colleges and the high schools, the brainwashing and indoctrination of our kids, they have been looking forward to socialism. They have the numbers now. It's taken decades to get there, but now they have it, and they're coming in. And guess what? The establishment Democrats, who are mostly concerned only about making money and having power, well, they're being replaced by people who are believers, people like Ilhan Omar and AOC, Bernie Sanders. They're now the ones who are gaining the leverage of the Democratic Party. And there's no space, there's no place for Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer or Kirsten Gillibrand. They're getting pushed out. They're going away. And now this new generation are going to come in, and people like Zorhan Mamdani, and you have to be terrified. You should be terrified. Look, I'm not a fan of the establishment, whether on the right or the left. I have many problems with that. But I have far more problems when we're talking about the socialist movement and what they want to do to America, because they don't tell you what they want to do. They just give you half of truth. We're going to give you free stuff, but it's not free. Oh, we're just going to make sure everything's equal by taking away what you have and giving it to someone else, whether I want you to do it or not. One of the things about Zorhan Mamdani, and I don't think a lot of people have caught this, if you've been listening to him throughout the campaign and even after he won, you haven't heard him talk about, he's talking about socialism. He's talking about the power of individuals. He doesn't talk about ownership. When he talks about building more housing, it's government housing, not housing for you and me. You don't get to buy a house. You get to live in a house that the government made, because the government is in control. The government's your landlord. The government owns the property. You just rent it from them. You don't get to own anything. You don't have any power. The government has the power. As my good friend Frank Johnson was saying in the last video you saw, he was saying, hey, there's no problem too big for government. Government has everything. They micromanage your life. Government does. You don't get a choice. You get to live with the choices government has made for you. That's the kind of socialism, which is what I saw in the Soviet Union when I lived there in 1991. Yes, I actually lived in Moscow in 91. I got to see socialism in action. I see what it is that Mamdani and Ilhan Omar and AOC and Bernie Sanders, what are they promising you? Well, what is the consequence? They promise you the sky. They promise you everything will be free. They promise you that you're going to have everything you need. They don't tell you what does that mean, because what you need isn't your own house. That's not property. You don't get to have something like your own home. That's not a need. That's something that you get because you can. That's what you get in capitalism, because you can have a house, not in socialism. They tell you, oh yeah, you'll be able to have entertainment that they approve of, not to be able to go out and get video games whenever you want, to go out and see whatever movie you want. The movies are approved. The video games are approved. You don't get to have, look at what happens in North Korea and Venezuela and Cuba right now. They have limited access to the internet. China blocks thousands upon thousands of programs. Just go to TikTok. I put up a video on TikTok. The last 10 that I put up, they've shown it to one person. I also have videos on TikTok that have thousands of followers. They won't show some of these most recent ones. Why? Because they deal with the election. Because I'm talking about politics and they don't like what I have to say. And that's how they treat their own people. The social contracts, the social scores that they have out there that they're trying to bring into the United Kingdom. And they're doing that under the digital ID so they can track everywhere you go on the internet, so that they can prevent you from seeing or saying certain things. And we know over 12,000 people in the United Kingdom have been arrested for liking posts. You post something on X, you post something on Facebook, and they will arrest you in the United Kingdom. If you repost and reprint any post that the government doesn't like, you can be arrested in the United Kingdom. And they want that for everyone else in the world. That's the same people who are doing that in the United Kingdom are trying to, they are Zorhan Mamdani voters. They're Zorhan Mamdani supporters. They're supporters of the Democratic Socialists of America. This is a scary time. And they're willing to lie to you. As I showed you in the first part of the show, the BBC two of their producers got fired because they blatantly lied, because they didn't like Donald Trump. And so they literally made up their own speech of Donald Trump, chopping up what he actually said, piecing together entirely different conversations and put it together as one video and said, oh, that's what Donald Trump said. A complete fabrication, a lie. And they don't care because they know that you'll hear the lie, but you won't hear the retraction. You won't hear the correction. Just like in this case, you're going to hear about this officer, Bovino, and you're going to have a question. And people are going to say, well, Bovino's a liar, so don't believe anything. There was no shooting in Chicago, even though there was. Even though there was a shooting. They don't want you to believe your lying eyes. And that's kind of sad. And I meant to say, this is a problem because, and the one thing that was holding this back to an extent were people like Nancy Pelosi. These Democrats, politicians, the establishment that have been around for 4 decades. That's more than most people who are on the internet now. That's more than most of them, longer than most of them have been alive. Think about that. That's longer than TikTok has been around. That's longer than YouTube has been around. That's longer than Google has been around. I know I was alive before those things were around either. Some of these people have been in office, like Nancy Pelosi, like Chuck Schumer, almost as long as I've been alive. Since I was a teenager, these people have been in Congress, many of them. And now they're leaving. And they were the ones who are holding people back. Remember when Nancy Pelosi was saying that she was smacking down AOC and said, know your place, because we can get a glass of water, put a D next to it, as in Democrat, and run it in the New York 14th district, and that glass of water would win. And that just tells you how indoctrinated many Democrats have been. And that's part of the reason why Zorhan Mamdani won. Why? He was the Democrat in the race. Andrew Cuomo, absolutely a Democrat, was running as an independent. He didn't have the D after his name. Zorhan Mamdani did. Even though Zorhan Mamdani is a socialist. He's a democratic socialist in the Democratic Party, but he's a socialist. He's not a real Democrat. And he's more than happy to tell you he's a democratic socialist. It's not like I'm making something up or demonizing him by quoting him. He is a socialist. And so the socialist won in the Democratic Party. The Democrat lost as an independent. That tells you how bad these things are. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And there's more about what's happening with Nancy Pelosi as well. But I want you to see something else that isn't as well known, that the news media really isn't talking about right now. Because what are they fighting against? Illegal aliens coming into America. People, and we are trying, MAGA, America First, Donald Trump, the Trump administration. We're trying to make sure that we have the best and the brightest in the world in America. There are well over 3 million people who are waiting in line trying to get into America right now. There's another million people. Well, let's be realistic. There's another 11 million people who are in America illegally. At least 11. And I believe the number, and that's a number from the 1980s. I believe the true number is there are somewhere around 30 to 50 million illegal aliens in America at this moment. 30 to 50 million. I mean, we know that the old number that everyone loved to quote, oh, well, there's only like 10 to 20 million. Okay, let's go with that. Joe Biden brought in 8 million. So if there were only 10, that means we're at 18. If there were 20, we're at 28. And now we're trying to get them out. We're not at those old numbers. We're somewhere around 30 to 50 million illegal aliens in America, which is why we have so much difficulty in our infrastructure to pay for them and to take care of them. And so we have to be more selective because we have so much pressure on our cities where we know Boston and Chicago and New York and LA have all their mayors have come out and said, The system cannot handle these illegal aliens. There's just too many. We can't pay for it. We have billions of dollars of debt in each and every one of those cities just because of illegal aliens. So now the United States government said, okay, you know what we're going to do? Instead of having more and more people come into America that will drain the system even more, we're going to be more selective. Because of what AOC and Zorhan Mamdani and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, because of what they did, we're now going to limit who can come into America. And it's not because you're brown or black or Asian or anything stupid like that. It's not because of your religion. It's because of your health status. As you can see here, and this is being reported out of India by the Times of India, that there's going to now be restrictions, and every single embassy across the world for the United States, they now have this stipulation that has been put out that says, okay, if this person for people who are trying to come to America legal, this is legal migration. For those people trying to legally come into America, because we have so many illegals, because there's so many problems because of those illegals, because of the violence surrounding the illegals, we can't take just anybody. If you have a heart condition, if you have diabetes, if you have AIDS, if you have a communicable disease, if you're overweight, we can't take you into America. Why? Because you're going to come to America and you're going to get health care. And when you do, that's going to add more cost to the American people. And our health care under Obamacare is miserable. Obamacare has failed at every single promise that has ever been made to the American people. You don't have to believe me. Go back to 2010. I covered it then. And I have the videos up to this day. Obamacare, every single promise that was made to you has not come true. They have failed. Every objective and goal of Obamacare has failed. Right now, they're holding the government closed. Why? Because Democrats want you to want Trump and you to fund another year of Obamacare. If Obamacare was so successful, if it was so good, if it was so prosperous, why do we, the American people and the government, have to keep funding it every year to keep it afloat? Why can't it work on its own? Because it's a failure. Because it's a cash grab for insurance companies. They're the only ones who have been doing great under Obamacare. Since the day it came in, they have been making hand over fist money. They have been subsidized by the United States government, just like green energy, just like a lot of these, you want to say oil and gas companies, they don't get nearly as much money as the insurance companies under Obamacare or even the green energy companies. That's just a fact. But you'll hear from the left and they'll tell you, oh, oil and gas, they shouldn't get any of your money. Maybe they shouldn't. But why are we giving money to green energy? Why are we giving money to insurance companies for Obamacare if it works? If it's saving you so much money, and it doesn't. But they don't want to talk about that. So the answer is now other people who may be great people, who may be worthy, who are desperate to come to America, just as desperate, just as needy as illegal aliens, except they have the more moral fortitude to go through the system, to do this legally, to be authorized to be in America, which to me makes them a higher class of individual, of a higher class of immigrant. And those are the people we want in America because they went legally through the channels. They went through the proper vetting. We know who they are. They're not criminals. They're not terrorists. They have some kind of skill. We want those people in America. But now we have to go and spend more time and tell more of those people, no, you can't come to America. Why? Because the illegal aliens broke it for you. The illegal aliens messed it up. They destroyed our cities. They increased our taxes. They increased our inflation. They broke the system. So now all the rest of those millions, 3 million people a year, they can't come to America because of the illegal aliens. And notice, nobody in the mainstream news media is going to tell you this. You didn't hear about this story from CNN or ABC or MS Now. They didn't tell you that, oh, because of the illegal aliens, we now have to restrict legal migration. That it is now having an impact and a consequence on law-abiding citizens of other countries that want to come to America and want to help America, that want to help build the economy of America. And they're getting punished because of those illegal aliens. But Kat Abu and AOC and Zorhan Mamdani, they're going to tell you, no, you just don't understand. You're racist. Well, no, I do understand. That's why I can explain it. And that's why I can point out all of the things that mayors across this country have already said. I can look at the financial statements of city after city after city where they are super blue and super broke. So how do I not understand this? Now, you may, if you're in the audience, you may say, Mike, but you don't get it. There's something else in there. Please explain it to me. Because I've looked this over and over again. And I can tell you, there are some people, just because you might be a little bit heavy, you might be a little bit overweight, I don't think that should be a reason why you can't come to America. But I do understand that we can't take the risk. You might have a heart attack. You may need medical help because you're overweight. Maybe you don't exercise as much because you can't in your country, because it's not safe. Maybe they don't have the facilities to be able to help you with your health care. And that's not your fault. And you may be a wonderful person to come into America. And I'd be happy to have you in America. But I can't, because an illegal alien already took your money. The money that we would have used to help you, to improve your life so that you can improve America, an illegal alien took it. And you don't get another choice. They're stealing from you, the legal migrant. But the mainstream news media doesn't want to tell you about that. They don't want to put it in those words. They just want to say, orange man bad, MAGA is racist, fascist, oh, those bad people. They don't want to explain why we're doing the policies that we're doing. They don't want to explain the consequences that happen to us all when you break the law, because it's not just, oh, well, we're going to teach those MAGA people a lesson. Let those illegal aliens stay. There are consequences to this. And it doesn't just affect Americans. It affects people in other countries too. People who deserve to be here. And by my opinion, you may disagree, but in my opinion, people who deserve to be in America more than the illegal aliens. And I don't mind. We used to not care if they were a little bit overweight. Maybe they had a history of heart disease. Maybe, they had life happen to them. And we were okay with taking them in because life happens to everyone. And now we can't. What's humane about that? The people who are running out protesting, the DSA, the BLM, the Antifa, they won't talk about this. They won't answer you on this. They should. They really, really should. We have a comment here, and let's see. Alabama Barbie says, also, our country was built on legal immigration. However, that's before we had handouts for our tired and our hungry. Well, in fact, at one point, once we started having social networks or social nets like Social Security, and welfare, we actually made it a part of legal migration that if you were going to be dependent on the United States, if you could not take care of yourself, you weren't allowed in America. That was actually one of the terms and requirements of legal migration into America back in the 50s. You had to be able to do a job. You had to be self-sufficient. You had to guarantee that you would not take money from the federal government to be able to come and immigrate into America. Now you see all of these democratic socialists, the progressives, they just want to give your money away because they think, well, what's the problem? It's just another $1 billion. It's just another $1 trillion. It's another $1.5 trillion. Why are you complaining? because every time you spend that, you are hurt. That's your dollar that you get to buy less with. That's your dollar that's shrinking every single time they give away money to someone who shouldn't be having it. They're hurting you. And they're going to blame it on you if you complain. You're the problem. You're the bad guy. You're a sexist, racist. You're an ist and a phobe. How dare you not give your money to someone else against your will? How dare you stop the government from taking money out of your pocket so they can give it to someone else? And by the way, that is socialism. They will take your stuff and give it to someone else. They didn't notice Zoran Mandami, Ilhan Omar, AOC, Bernie Sanders, they never define what is essential. They said socialism will give you everything you need. What does that mean? They never ever say that. What does that mean? We're going to give you what you need. It's kind of like when Obama said, I'm going to transform America. Transform it into what? He never finished that sentence. I asked that throughout the entire time he was in office. Transform into what? Well, they're saying you're going to get what you need. What is need? Define that to me. Do I need to have access to the internet? Do I need an iPhone 17? Do I need a better car, a Lexus or a BMW? Or do you need a Yugo? Do you need public transportation? Do you need them to only let you onto certain parts of the internet and not other parts? What is it that you need? They don't answer that, because if you understood what they mean by what you need, you're going to be very upset, because that's not the quality of life you have right now. It never is the quality of life you have right now, because there's always someone who needs more than you do. In America, if you are poor right now, you make more money than 68% of the entire world. $14,000. If you make $14,000 a year, you make more than 68% of the world. Think about that. So they will take from you that $14,000. That's extra. That's excess, because 68% of the world don't live at that standard. So they will take away from your quality of life, even if you are what Americans consider poverty, to give to someone else who is below what Americans consider poverty. People who are making $1 a day. They will take from you your TV. They'll take your internet. They'll take your creature comforts, and they will give it to someone else, because you have more than what you need, and they don't. That's the socialism of Zoran Mandami. That's the socialism of Ilhan Omar, an AOC, a Bernie Sanders, a Hakeem Jeffries. That's what the progressivism is moving us towards. They just don't want to tell you that, because if they did, you'd say no. Thank you for the question, Alabama Barbie. And if anyone disagrees with me, if any of the socialists out there, the DSA members, the BLM, the Antifa, you want to say, Mike, you just don't understand. No, of course I do. I lived in Moscow. But if you want to have the conversation, and I'll tell you about my year and a half living in Moscow and Tbilisi and Riga and living in socialism for a year and a half, I will have a conversation with you about that and your idea of what it was like. You have an idea of what socialism is like. I've actually lived in that. And we can have conversations with other people who left socialist nations to come to America, because the number of people coming from socialist nations into America versus the number of Americans going to socialist nations, that's about 30 to 1. 30, only one American for every one American, which is about 10 to 30,000 Americans a year, give up their American citizenship to go anywhere else in the world. That includes every socialist nation in the world. And about 30 people from socialist nations alone will try to come in and take their spot. 30. Think about it. Zoran Mandami. He's got dual citizenship, Uganda and America, and he loves socialism. Then why didn't he go to Cuba or Venezuela? Why didn't he go to China or North Korea? Why didn't he go to any of the socialist and left-leaning nations in the world? Why did he come to America? Because America gives him an opportunity. Because America has a higher quality of life. Because he knew he would be better off in America than he ever will be in a socialist nation. That's why he came here. And he brought his socialism with him. It's no one ever talks about that. We really should. All right, let's see. Alabama Barmy says, in 2011, he sponsored a wonderful immigrant. Qualifications were steep. I'm absolutely fine with illegal immigration, with legal immigration. I want more legal immigrants. I'm even willing, unlike what we see that we have to do now, because we've been so overburdened, I'm even happy with people who have medical issues, who might be a little bit overweight. I don't mind that. I don't mind helping people and helping them have a better quality of life and live a better life. Thank God. Come to America. We can help you with that. Your countries, there are medical conditions like in Venezuela. You can't, mumps, measles, and rubella are rampant. There has been over a 1,000% increase in the amount of measles and mumps in Venezuela since 2018 because of their socialist country. And they're not able to provide health care for their people. That's one of the reasons why so many Venezuelans left there and went throughout all of South America, all of Central America, and are in America. That's why so many Venezuelans are everywhere but in Venezuela. Part of the reason. But here's the thing. Because they came, some of those Venezuelans, many of those Venezuelans came to the United States. And we've been taking care of their mumps, their measles, which has now been spreading to our kids and having more cases in the United States when we had none. We maybe had 1 to 2 cases of mumps and measles a year in America. Now we're having outbreaks of 20 and 30 and 50 people. We had none for decades. But that's not the case, and that's not the truth of Venezuela. I don't blame them for having that disease, but I do understand now they came to America. Now they're harming American citizens. They're harming our healthcare system, and they cost money. And that money means that somebody who's a little bit chubby and might live in, I don't know, Nigeria, they can't come to America now. They may be an electrical engineer or a doctor. They may be a computer programmer or a carpenter, and they would love to be in America, and we would love to have someone with those skills in America. But because they're a little bit overweight, that illegal Venezuelan who's using up all the money in our healthcare system to take care of their mumps and their measles, we don't have money left over to take care of this Nigerian who might be a great doctor, might be a fantastic carpenter, might be a wonderful electrical engineer. We can't let them in because we don't have the money for both of them at the same time. We got to get rid of that illegal alien first. But the left, they won't let us get rid of that illegal alien, increasing the cost even more, making it even more expensive. So now it's not just one Nigerian with those wonderful skills that we can't let in. It's the Nigerian and also the guy from Chad. We can't let them in either. Do you see? These are the consequences. The mainstream media doesn't want to talk about it. They don't want to share that with you. They don't want you to think about that. But that's the reality. That's the truth. And there isn't a personal truth. That is the fact. That is an empirical, absolute fact. And they don't want you to think about that. Because then they're the bad guy instead of me. Then they're the problem instead of me. And that means they don't have power and they'll lose their money. And they don't like that. Okay, let me move on. But I wanted to bring that up because no one's talking to about it. By the way, when you hear that you're going to get a $30 the $20 an hour minimum wage, the living wage of $30 an hour that you're hearing from people like Gavin Newsom and Zorhan Mamdani and the Democratic Socialists of America, AOC, and Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, and Hakeem Jeffries. These wonderful pie in the sky goals they're telling you, oh yeah, you're going to get everything. You're going to have so much more money. Besides the fact that we know for a fact, it is a mathematical absolute fact that every single place that went to the $15 an hour minimum wage, there was more unemployment, more poverty, and the net result of increasing to the $15 and $20 an hour minimum wage is that you lost 9% of your income. You made less money at $15 to $20 an hour than you were making before that minimum wage. That is a fact. Yeah, you got to dig for the numbers, but they're out there. They've been published. And when you look at the actual numbers and you do the math, and you can go to ChatGPT, it'll do the math for you. The actual net result is you lose almost 10% of the money that you were making before they increased the minimum wage. That's if you get to keep your job, because unemployment and poverty increased as well. And now in New York, you're going to get Zorhan Mamdani, and he's promising you you're going to get $30 an hour. No, you're not. I've already explained the rich are leaving. They're taking their businesses with them. Business owners that stay, who are going to have less customers, and they're going to have more competition. They're going to have tighter margins, and now they got to pay you $30 an hour. They'll fire you instead because it will be cheaper. And they're going to fire you not for another American citizen that'll work cheaper. No, they'll do it legally. They'll do what you see right here. Now, I'm pretty sure you've probably seen this meme. It was on Facebook. And it says, New York City restaurants are now hiring cashiers from the Philippines who work on Zoom for $3.75 a share. I know a lot of people saw that and said, that's not true. That's just a meme. That's just made up. It's fake. It's not real news. That's not happening. Yes, it is. It is true. Let me show you. And I'm going to go to, there it is. This is from Fortune magazine. Fortune, internationally credible news agency. Fortune. The future of fast food service. Cashiers are zooming in from the Philippines to take your order at a New York fried chicken joint. There are restaurants, fast food, but restaurants in New York City that hire people in the Philippines for the equivalent of about $3 to $5 an hour to be your cashier. And they're doing their job by Zoom because they don't need to be in person. AI, technology, they don't have to be there. So they're remotely working for less money. And by the way, they don't get $30 an hour. Why? They're not in the United States. It's a foreign contract. They're paying them wages of the Philippines. Remember, in America, if you make $14,000 a year, you're richer than 68% of the entire world. In the Philippines, many people get $3.75, $5 an hour. Now 15, not even $7.25. They're getting half of what used to be the minimum wage in the United States. Half. That's how far below in the quality of life they are compared to Americans. That doesn't mean you're living bad in the Philippines. I'm not talking bad about the Filipinos. This is just the reality. These are the numbers. This is the truth that the left does not want to tell you. When Zorhan makes, if he can convince the New York State Assembly and the New York State Senate, which are all Democrats, and the governor, which at the moment is Kathy Hochul, a Democrat. And if he can convince them to let him do a $30 an hour minimum wage, your boss is not going to say, I'm going to give you a raise to $30 an hour. He's going to say, you're fired. I'm going to go on Zoom and I'm going to hire someone from the Philippines or from India or from any other country, not in the United States. You're not going to be working here anymore because you're too expensive. When he can get someone who he can pay 1/10 your pay for the same job, yeah, he's not paying you $30 an hour. That's not how it works. Now, in socialism, that's the promise. He just left out, well, there's this thing called technology, and you are ultimately replaceable. But don't worry, because Zorhan Mamdani, he's going to get money from the federal government, he hopes, to pay for you on food stamps and government assistance, because now you're a slave to the government. And the government never had there is no problem too big for the government, according to Zorhan Mamdani. No problem for the government that's too big. You don't have a job anymore? No problem. They'll give you money. But by the way, now you have to obey the government. The government is now your boss. And the government is 24/7 everywhere you want to be. That's where they are. By the way, and there are several companies, but one of them is the San Chicken in the East Village of Manhattan. That's a pretty swanky spot. That's not some little bodega down on the corner, but it might be. That's somewhere that normally you would have had that job and you get, I don't know, $12, $15, $20 an hour. It's going to go $30 an hour. Well, we can replace you with someone for that cashier spot for $3.75. And they will do the job better than you. Because if you're a cashier in the Philippines, you can't steal money. You can't go into the cash register and take money. If you're in the Philippines, you can't go in the back room and eat the food, the product, instead of sell it to other customers. They have less waste or shrinkage is what it's called in the industry. It's called shrinkage. When people steal from the business, whether it's money or whether it's staplers or pens or food, you won't be able to do that. Why? You're in the Philippines. You physically will never touch the actual product. So they will reduce their waste, they will reduce their overhead, and they will reduce the cost of the workers. This is what Zorhan Mamdani is bringing to New York. It's going to happen. Just like in California, when Gavin Newsom decided, I'm going to make it $20 an hour, the minimum wage, $20 an hour. McDonald's said, fantastic, fired their employees and put in the kiosks that we now see all across the country. Automated kiosks. You don't talk to an actual cashier. You punch your system. You go in there and you hit that touch screen and you put in your McDonald's order and you never talk to a human being. Why? Because they're not going to pay $20 an hour when they can put a computer screen up and it'll cost them 50 cents an hour. They don't need you. No one ever told you that. MSNBC, CNN, the Huffington Post, they never had this conversation with you. Axios, they didn't have this conversation with you. They never wanted you to think about it. They never said, and here's the consequence. This is what's going to happen because this is what has already happened. People have already tried these ideas, and this is what happens when that idea comes up. This is the reality. These are the consequences. This is what's going to happen to you. No one ever said that. I've been saying this since this entire year. I've been talking about the consequences of having a socialist in New York. Now I'm continuing to do that, and this is why I'm raising money for the Jericho Project so that I can help the homeless, so I can help veterans, so I can help families. Because people do not understand how bad this is going to be for New York City. And it's going to be worse than what I'm talking about. Again, if there is any of the socialists out there, any of the Democrats, any elected official across America that wants to dispute this with me, and you want to say, Mike, you just don't understand and you're wrong, I will give you 12 hours. Let me be very clear about that. Matter of fact, I want to go full screen. I will give any elected official 12 hours to debate this with me, to go over this with me, to talk about the consequences of this ever left movement. Let's talk about what happens when you artificially increase the minimum wage to $20 to $30 an hour. Let's talk about the unemployment, the number of people who will be fired, the amount poverty will increase and has done every single place this has been done. Let's talk about the way they're going to replace workers with either AI machines or with people in the Philippines for pennies on the dollar. Let's have that conversation. And I guarantee you they won't. They won't do it because then they would expose that what they said is what you need isn't what you have. You have more than what you need right now. So they're just going to take from you to give to someone else because you have too much. Oh, wait. Is this? Yes. This is our troll. I believe this is the troll, Lauren. Stimulus checks are only sent out when the economy is in horrible shape. That's not true. That is not true. When Donald Trump publicly calls for stimulus checks to be sent, he is admitting that the economy is a total mess. Well, under the Biden administration, I remember they were promising checks and they told you that the economy was fantastic. Obama said he was Obama, he did say we were in a recession and he sent out his check, but he said that was a good thing, that this was good for the economy. Now, again, going by Obama and by Biden and by Nancy Pelosi, stimulus checks are good. They help the economy. They help build business, according to Nancy Pelosi, according to Barack Obama, according to Joe Biden. They've all said that this is a good thing. This is positive. This helps the country. It's one of the reasons why so many people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Anna Presley, why they support universal basic income. Because that's a stimulus. Did you not know that? The universal basic income is a stimulus plan from the left that they say is good. And it doesn't, and that's part of a healthy, according to the left, according to the socialists and progressives, that's part of a healthy economy. So you're telling me it's bad because Orange Man bad, but the left are following that same ideology and they have always said that it's good. So it's good when it's on the left, but it's bad from anyone else. And it's evil if it happens to be Donald Trump. So it's evil from Donald Trump, but it's great if it's coming from Zorhan Mamdani. It's the same policy. That doesn't make any sense, Lauren. That doesn't make any sense. You're not thinking it through. You're using headlines, and I know this, Lauren, by the way, Lauren, as you can see on the screen, that's a troll. That's not a real person. This is an AI program. Lauren right here, this, and I've seen this troll before on other channels as well. This is a program. It's not a real person. And this program is just trying to figure out different things it can shoot out at me because it wants to try and convince you socialism is great. But notice, it doesn't understand everything I've just talked about, not refuting anything I've said about the minimum wage or UBI or your job being replaced by a computer or by someone in the Philippines, not addressing any of that. And by the way, if you think, oh, but Mike, you're not showing, here's the comments. I didn't hide anything. That's the only thing that Lauren has said. That's what the program, the troll, Lauren has said. I'm not showing you anything. I'm transparent because I don't need to hide anything because I can work through these problems with you and I can explain exactly what's happened already, and what will happen in the future. You may not like it. You may think I'm wrong, but I have evidence. You know what? Let's go on, and I'll go on to talk about Bill Gates. What? Mike's going to talk about Bill Gates. Bill Gates is, he's a multi-billionaire on the left. He's a leftist billionaire. He's one of the good billionaires, according to the DNC, the Democratic National Committee. They consider Bill Gates a good billionaire because he gives them money, as opposed to people like Elon Musk, who's a bad billionaire. Why? Because he stopped giving the Democratic National Committee money. When he was giving them money, he was a good guy, like Mark Cuban. He's a good guy. Why? He gives them money still. But because Elon stopped giving Democrats money, well, now he's a bad billionaire. He's a bad guy. He's like Donald Trump. They're bad ones. By the way, Donald Trump also used to give money to DNC. He used to give money to Democrats. He also gave money to the Republicans. But because Donald Trump gave money to Democrats, he, back in the 1980s, the 1990s, into the 2000s, he was a good guy. They loved having him. They had him at all kinds of awards and parties because they loved him. Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton took pictures with him. They had dinners with him. They loved him because he was giving them checks. When he stopped giving them checks, well, he's a bad guy. He's Orange Man bad. He's terrible. Yeah, let's remember that in context. So Bill Gates, a good, quote unquote, good billionaire, according to the DNC, who backed up one of their big claims, climate change. Oh my God, it is, what did Joe Biden say? Climate change, it's the most important thing facing America, along with everything else that was the most important thing affecting America. Everything was the most important thing under the Biden-Harris administration. But climate change, we've been spending, almost a decade now, terrorizing the youth, telling them that they're going to die because the climate is suddenly going to change and they're going to drop dead because of too much heat or too much cold or too much flooding or weather. Weather is going to happen and they're going to die. That's what they've been told. Okay. Except that's not true. And it never was true. And I know you're a science denier. No, I actually looked at many of the reports. I actually looked at the scale of the problem. And I also looked at what's the scientific estimate of probability of success. It was nearly non-existent. We had no idea. We could have spent over $150 trillion. We could have spent, in fact, to actually stop the climate from increasing by 1 degree over the next 100 years, 1 degree over the next 100 years, it would have required an entire decade of every single country on the face of the earth doing nothing but climate control. It would have cost 3 times more money than all the money in the world. Let me be very clear about that. All the money in the world times 3 would be necessary to do the climate change that people like Bill Gates told you had to happen or the world would end. People like AOC, when she said, oh, we've only got 12 years left. And in those 12 years, we have to spend 3 times more money than all the money in the world and do nothing else. No government could do anything else except work on climate change to be able to have met the time frame that AOC or Al Gore or Bill Gates told us we had. That's it. Today, Bill Gates is now saying, that was wrong. Oh, when I said it, I was a science denier. I just didn't understand. I was just this old fuddy, I'm a MAGA Republican. I just don't get it. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid and the GOP is sending me a check. By the way, if they're sending me a check, you sent it to the wrong place. I haven't got it yet. I would love to have it. I'll split the check in half. I'll give half of it to the Jericho Project. Just send me the check already. I've been doing this 20 years. The check is long overdue. But that being said, I was just a bought and paid shill. And now Bill Gates agrees with me. Bill Gates is saying what I've been saying. And by the way, you can go back. I have 2,700 videos. You can go and check. Bill Gates is saying what I said for years. And I wasn't the only one. But we were told for years, oh my God, you just don't understand the science. You deny the science. Bill Gates is saying, well, the science is wrong. The science always was wrong. That they were fear-mongering you. That they were using your fear to control how you live and how you vote and who you gave power to. We indoctrinated an entire generation with this terror that the sky was going to fall on their heads any day. And it was a lie. It was never true. They fear-mongered you. That's not me saying it. That's Bill Gates. The guy who actually helped promote those same lies. The same guy who helped to fund those same programs. The guy who spent the money to advertise the fear to you. Yeah, that guy on the left. This is his story. This is what he said. He's telling you he lied. Well, he's not saying he lied. He said, I've gone through the data and I've reviewed everything. I've looked it over again and I've changed my opinion. I just realized it's not as severe as we thought it was going to be. It's not as big a problem as we thought it'd be. It's not the priority that the world has to work on 24/7. He says this before the next climate change committee, an international meeting, which is called COP, C-O-P. I think this is COP 30. They have like 2 or 3 of these a year. 2 to 3 a year. Well, all the countries in the world come together and say, well, we're going to cut down on climate change. And then they don't do anything. But the United States does it. No one else does. Or at least not significantly. And China ignores it completely. India completely ignores it. Africa, the 52, 60 nations in Africa, they all ignore it. They don't care. But, America, America and Canada, France and Germany and the United Kingdom, they pay attention. They're like, oh my God, we got to change the entire country. We've got to take away everything from everyone. Oh my God, we need all this energy. No, you can't have it. It's got to be renewable. Get rid of the power plants. It was all a lie. It was all a way to get you to comply. It was about obedience. It was never about saving the planet. It was never about whether there's too much CO2 in the air or not. It was a lie. And now Bill Gates, he admits it, and the mainstream news media don't want to talk about it. I saw what Bill Gates said. He did the numbers on the math. He's a smart guy. They can't tell you that Bill Gates is an idiot because they built him up. He's part of the reason why they were able to make all the claims about about the climate change. He's one of their supporters. He's one of their pillars. So they can't tell you, well, he actually doesn't know what he's talking about. They can't say he's an istinophobe. They can't say he's a science denier now that he agrees with me. Instead, they just ignore it and they're talking, well, we'll come back to that. Remember, Orange Man bad. And they'll just move on. Because they've been lying to you on purpose. I just want to point that out. Because a lot of people don't know that they don't hear about this. By the way, we're not going, the United States will not be sending someone to the next G20 summit, which is in South Africa. And some people may be upset about that. The reason why, South Africa is part of BRICS, BRICS, which is China. And they're trying to build up a replacement for the dollar. See, if we actually become socialists like Zorhan and AOC and the Democratic Socialists of America, Hakeem Jeffries, if we do what they want, like Ilhan Omar and Anna Presley, if we actually follow through and become more socialist, well, our country will collapse. But the world uses the dollar. So what's going to replace the dollar? China has it. It's called BRICS, BRICS. And that's what China is trying to put in place. They're trying to get a bunch of countries together to use a different currency than the dollar so that when the dollar collapses because of socialism, the world will just switch over, and then China and Brazil and Russia and India and I forget who the C stands for. No, the C is China and Saudi Arabia. They will be able to take over. They will become the new superpower economically, and America will fall apart. So that's why we're not going to South Africa, because that would be supporting the replacement for the dollar. So screw them. So we're not going there. Just in case you wondered, in case you didn't know that. And a lot of people don't know that. By the way, the replacing of the dollar, not going so well. Not doing so well at all. But I wanted to talk about Chuck Schumer. Let's talk about Chuck Schumer for a second. Chuck Schumer has been having a bad day. Bad year. And he's on his own. His big buddy, Nancy Pelosi, she's gone. Nadler's going. There's a bunch of all of his old buddy Democrats. They're all gone. They're leaving one by one. Either they're dying because they're super old, or they're retiring because they're super old. And they're all leaving him. So he's losing his power base. And the fact that Zorhan Mamdani won in New York City, complete embarrassment to him and to New York Democrats. They wanted Andrew Cuomo because Andrew Cuomo represented the establishment. And yes, Andrew Cuomo is corrupt, and he apparently seems to be a sexual abuser, but they could live with that because Andrew Cuomo would listen to the party. As long as they gave him money and some acknowledgement and some power, they could live and control Andrew Cuomo. They really don't care about abusing women, because as long as it's advantageous to their party, they'll let you do it. They knew about people like Bill Cosby and Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein. They knew about that, and Epstein. They knew about all these guys for decades. Decades they knew about these people, and they did nothing. They knew about Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky and going over to Epstein Island. They knew about that for decades. They said nothing. Why? Because they were useful for the Democrats to maintain power. The moment they stopped being useful for the Democrats getting power, then they crushed them, each and every one. So Chuck's on his own, essentially, at this moment. He's struggling a little bit. And Chuck right now is responsible for what's happening in America right now. The longest government shutdown in the history of America. Today is day 40. Tomorrow will be day 41. And it doesn't look like we're going to end this in the near term. I know I previously have been saying throughout October that by the first week, I said October 31st, November 1st, that they would end this, because I thought the Democrats had a brain between all of them in the Senate, that they would figure out that the best thing they can do politically was to end the shutdown, because now Americans, some tens of millions of Americans, are going without food. And when they're pissed off, they have plenty of time to do one thing, to look at the votes. And they're actually figuring out what we've been saying for the last month. This is a Democrats' problem. Republicans are voting to 14 times. 14 times Republicans have voted to open the government. 14 times Democrats, led by Schumer, have said, no, keep it closed. Don't feed anyone. And I know what the spin is, this is because of Orange Man Bad. Well, let me show you what happens when someone confronts Schumer on his lies and the reality of what's going on in America. This is from Forbes And so I'm playing what Forbes, this is coming from C-SPAN, so you can see this for yourself. I haven't edited anything.
President, the blast radius of the Republican shutdown grows even larger. This morning, tens of millions of Americans remain in limbo as this administration continues its crusade against SNAP.
We didn't shut down the government because of SNAP. He said, this is a crusade against food stamps and poor people. But Donald Trump didn't shut down the government, nor did he do it because of poor people. Republicans in the House voted uniformly to keep the government open. Democrats in the House voted against. There's more Republicans in the House than Democrats. The bill passed. It went to the Senate, just like it's supposed to. It went to the Senate. All the Republicans voted for it. John Fetterman voted for keeping the government open. Democrats voted against it. It needs 60 votes, not 50. And they're counting on the fact that you don't know the difference, that you don't know that it's not a majority vote. It's a 60 vote, not 51, 60. So that means we have to have 5 Democrats. They won't give us any. So it's not about SNAP. And it isn't about hurting American citizens, not from the Republican side. That's from the Democrats. But let's go on.
The Supreme Court has allowed the administration to withhold benefits as the case makes its way through the lower courts.
Okay, anyone can stumble in a speech, but it tends to happen the older you are. But here's the thing. He said, the Supreme Court. Are you sure about that, Chuck? Are you sure it was the Supreme Court? Because he wants to blame it on Chief Justice Roberts. He wants to blame it on Clarence Scalia. He wants to blame it on Amy Coney Barrett. He wants to blame it on Kavanaugh. He wants to blame it on the right-leaning justices. Clarence Thomas. Yeah. He wants to blame it on them. Who actually looked at the injunction? A judge, a Democrat, said, oh, no. Donald Trump, you have to pay the SNAP because this is a problem for Democrats. Because they didn't say you have to pay for the military. They didn't say you have to pay for helping veterans or any of the other programs that the government does. No, they said you have to pay for SNAP. Why? Because that's the Democrats. That's their bread and butter. Those are poor people who are indentured slaves to the government and in particular the Democratic Party. This is affecting the shutdown. This lack of food stamps is affecting the 11 largest cities in America, all controlled by Democrats. This is hurting their constituents, and their constituents are saying, wait a minute, you're the guys in charge. You're the ones. New York City is run by Democrats. LA is run by Democrats. Chicago is run by Democrats. Boston is run by Democrats. Seattle, Portland, Austin, Aurora, Colorado, they're all run by Democrats. Those are Democrats who shut off the food stamps. Those are Democrats who aren't living up to the requirement to feed their slaves, essentially. Look, there's nothing wrong with having food stamps if you're poor. I get it. Having no way out of not getting food stamps, having no way of not being dependent on the government, that is a government problem. I don't blame the people. I blame the system. And the system is built by Democrats in their democratic states, in their cities, to keep you enslaved to the government and to the Democratic Party. But now that they have this huge millions of people who are enslaved, who are dedicated, they can't live without that government aid. And they're tried and true Democrats because they have to be. They don't have a choice. They wouldn't be able to survive if they didn't have Democrats giving them stuff constantly. What happens when they don't get the stuff? They just had their votes. They just voted in 2025. They voted Democrat straight down the line because that gets them, that's supposed to get them all their stuff, their free government aid. That's their payoff. And they didn't get their payoff. They're pissed. So he wants to blame this on Republicans as badly as he can. Who in the Supreme Court actually said no? Democrat judge said, got to pay SNAP. Don't care about the military. Don't care about the TSA workers. Don't care about the air traffic controllers. Don't care about anyone else. Let everyone else, they can all not get paid. They can all just wait on the sidelines. But those Democrat SNAP food stamp recipients, they have to get their food because there's a deal. They vote Democrat and we give them food stamps. Well, they voted Democrat. We're not giving them food stamps. We got to pay them off. We got to get them the food stamps. Who stopped that? Who actually stopped that? Let me show you. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Who's the one who's actually responsible for this? Ketanji Brown Jackson, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the DEI hire of the Biden-Harris administration, an activist pretending to be a Supreme Court justice. Except in this case, she couldn't lie her way through. It is a fact that the government, that Donald Trump doesn't have the power to just make the money appear. He just doesn't have the power to give money to food stamps that Congress didn't give them money. He can't do it. Now, Chuck Schumer wants you to forget the way our government is built, that there's three parts to government, and that Congress has the purse strings. That's their job. Who runs the government? Who enforces the law? That's the executive branch. Who actually has the money? That's Congress. And if Congress doesn't give money to the rest of the government, the executive branch can't pay anyone. That's how it works. They don't want you to think about that. That's why they stopped teaching civics classes in high school. That's why they don't, or when I was in high school, they called it social studies. They don't do that anymore. They don't teach kids about the government anymore. They stopped years ago because you're not supposed to know that it's Congress that has to put the money up so that food stamps can get paid out, not President Trump. You can say Orange Man bad all day long. You can blame Orange Man bad and Republicans and MAGA all you want, but it's not their job. And if you make it the job of Donald Trump to make money and spend it on the government, then you don't need Congress anymore. You just made Donald Trump a king. You're giving him the power of a king or an emperor or a dictator. They're actually the Democrats are actually creating the thing that they are trying to supposedly been warning us about. The thing that they've been afraid of, as they told us, is Donald Trump's going to be this big king. He's forever. He's an emperor. Only if you keep doing what you're doing, Chuck Schumer. Only if you keep doing what you're doing, Democrats. You want to blame Donald Trump for something he can't do. It's not his job. It's Congress's job because they want to switch the blame because it's their fault, because they won't let 5 Democrats vote to open the government. So it has to be MAGA's fault. It has to be America First. It has to be Donald Trump. It has to be his fault. Otherwise, they lose votes and they lose power. So they're saying, well, it's Donald Trump isn't using the money. He's not spending the money. He doesn't have the money. Congress does. It's that simple. Congress has the money. It is the job of Congress to give food stamps the money so that people can continue to be enslaved to the Democratic Party and government. This is Chuck Schumer's fault, not Donald Trump. But he's like, oh my God, but Donald Trump. And we know this because, again, Ketanji Brown Jackson, she's the one who did it. She's the one who pointed out this isn't Donald Trump's fault. He doesn't have the power. I'm not saying that. The activist Supreme Court justice said it. The woman who really doesn't know anything about being a Supreme Court justice, but she knows this much. There's 3 parts to our government. She's one part. Congress is another. The president is a third. And she, in her branch, judiciary, is saying, no, we're not going to give extra power to Donald Trump because she doesn't like Donald Trump. She thinks he has too much power as is. And Chuck Schumer is trying to give him more power, saying, no, spend money you don't have, create money, fund the government, which would make him a king. That would make him a dictator. That would mean that Congress has no purpose anymore. But Chuck Schumer isn't thinking about it. He doesn't care. He's more worried about his power. He's more worried about having power for Democrats than he is about the consequences of what the hell he's saying to you and me. And Ketanji Jackson Brown, or Brown Jackson, is the one who's like, wait. I'm the DEI hire. I'm the activist. And I'm telling you, you're going to make Donald Trump more powerful by what you're doing. You can't do this. So she stopped it. Ketanji stopped it. Not Republicans, not the Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson. One person. Why? She's the one in charge of emergency bills coming from Massachusetts. That's where Democrats went. That's where the judge was. They went to a Democrat judge, which would be under on purpose so that they knew that when Donald Trump appealed this, it would go to the Supreme Court and it would go in front of the activist, the furthest left radical on the Supreme Court, Ketanji. They purposefully picked her because they thought she's a psycho. She's absolutely incompetent at her job. Not that she's not intelligent, she's incompetent. She doesn't know how to be a judge. She knows how to be an activist. And they thought, well, she's a left-wing radical activist, so she will say yes to whatever the Democrats want. And she said no. She said no. Not Roberts, not Clarence Thomas, not Alito, not Kavanaugh, not Amy Coney Barrett, not even Sotomayor. It was Ketanji Brown Jackson. All right. So let me go back. Let's take a look at this. So let's listen to Chuck say some more of his stupid lies, because no one else is pointing this out to you. The mainstream news media is not going to take the time to explain this to you. They're not going to go through these details. I will.
For this administration to go all the way to the Supreme Court just to get out of having to pay SNAP benefits for...
But they didn't do it to get out of paying the SNAP benefits. They did it because it's not his power. The Democrats are breaking the government. They're trying to make a dictator. They're trying to put in a king. And Trump is saying, that's not my power. I can't do that. And you shouldn't want me to do this. If you really understand democracy, the constitutional republic that is America, if you understand the Constitution, then you don't want Trump to suddenly just pull money out of his pocket and start spending money on SNAP. You don't want to give him that power. But Chuck Schumer isn't thinking about it because he doesn't want you to think about it. Because if you think about it, Democrats are the problem. And he doesn't want Democrats to be the problem. So he goes on.
For hungry kids is pathological levels of vindictiveness.
The only vindictiveness, pathological or not, is coming from Chuck Schumer and the Democrats. Because every way you look at this, I know how the media is spinning it, but if you individually, you who's watching this program right now, if you look at all the data, all the details, you'll find I'm telling you the truth. It's the Democrats that have consistently voted to close the government, and they succeeded. It's the Democrats who are continuing to keep the government closed. They have succeeded. It is the Democrats who are trying to give Donald Trump more power than he actually has to do something that is patently illegal. It is unconstitutional. And the Supreme Court activists said, no, you can't do this because it's unconstitutional. That's why he can't do it. Stop. That's what Ketanji Brown Jackson is saying. Stop. This is unconstitutional. Stop giving him power. Because she hates Donald Trump just as much as Chuck Schumer, just as much as the Democrats. But she actually figured out, oh my God, if we do this, Donald Trump will become more powerful. Every president will be more powerful from now on. Congress is no longer necessary. That's a dictatorship. If Congress is not necessary, neither is the Supreme Court. We have a king. We have a monarchy. We have a dictatorship, whatever you want to call it. It's no longer a constitutional republic. See, now Chuck Schumer is going through all of this, but he decides to go into, now other senators have a chance to ask him questions. And out of Idaho, an Idaho senator decided he wanted to ask a question of Chuck Schumer. And I want you to see how Chuck Schumer, who's supposed to be brilliant, supposed to understand all of the details. I want you to hear this.
Question. Have you put forward a proposal that we can read that you referenced in your speech, what says a clean continuing resolution with the extension of the ACA Biden COVID credits?
Yes, as we spoke yesterday.
So there is
I will not be interrupted.
No, my question is there a proposal in writing that we can read?
There is a proposal that is very simple.
The answer is no. There is no proposal in writing. So Chuck Schumer is making a promise that he won't put on paper, that he won't let you see, so that you can see the details. He's going to give you an excuse now. No, I don't write it down because I don't need to write it down yet. Yes, you do. You're trying to make a deal. Put the deal in paper. Put the deal on paper so that people can vote on that deal. So people can see the deal, see exactly what the terms of the deal are, and they can say yes or no. This is what Chuck Schumer should be doing, but Chuck Schumer is saying, no, I don't have to put it in paper. I don't have to be bound by what I have said. He says, no, my word's good enough. No, it's not. We don't trust you. There's no reason to trust you. You're trying to turn Donald Trump into a dictator. You're trying to give the presidency more power than it's supposed to have. You're blaming people for things that you have done yourself, Chuck Schumer. No one trusts you. You have to put it in writing. You have to put it in writing. But let's see what he says.
First, you haven't put your proposed ACA, your proposed fix to the ACA, the new one, which Leader Thune has spoken about on the floor, so we can't give you a count.
But he doesn't need to. Republicans don't have to put a fix to the ACA in writing. They're willing to do it. One, Republicans have never wanted the ACA, otherwise known as Obamacare. We've never wanted it. We have tried to get rid of it multiple times. This isn't something we want. Third thing, so we're not trying to fix it. We're not trying to fix the ACA. We as Republicans want to get rid of it. But here's the other thing about this. You're the one negotiating, Chuck Schumer, not the Republicans. Republicans say, just open the government, then we'll talk. Chuck Schumer is the one who's saying, no, we have to make a deal. Then put it in writing. Give me something to work with. If you won't put it in writing, then you're just blowing smoke at me, and I don't want the smoke in the first place. No, thank you. I don't want the ACA in the first place. So telling me, oh, well, you can trust me, the ACA, we can fix it. You got to tell me how you're going to fix their problem. Remember, Chuck Schumer was part of getting the ACA passed in the first place, him and Nancy Pelosi. It's his fault. Chuck Schumer, and Nancy Pelosi. It's their fault that the ACA doesn't work, which is why we need to fund it now. It's their fault. They could have funded this. In 2024, they could have fixed this. They could have funded this. They didn't, because they thought they would win. They thought they could get votes on this. So they didn't try and fix this. This is Chuck Schumer's fault. Even if you want to go backwards in time, go to when the ACA, Obamacare, was first created. It never worked from day one. So you can't blame this on Republicans. It's not our fault. He goes on to say.
In writing, but it's very simple, because we have two sentences we would add to any proposal, which would extend the ACA benefits for 1 year. That's all.
We don't want to extend it. We don't want Obamacare. We're Republicans. We've been against it since 2009. We don't want Obamacare. We don't want to extend it. Why would we add a statement that says we'll extend Obamacare when we don't want Obamacare? We have wanted to get rid of it. We've tried to repeal it. So why are we going to say we're going to fund it for another year? We wouldn't. Put it in writing, say that's your deal, then we can vote on it. That's the way this works. It's not Republicans. We're not going to just say, oh, well, we'll give you this. No. You want it? That's your negotiating tactic. Put it in writing. Tell us exactly what you want. So, because what's going to happen here is if Republicans put in the line that he's saying and says we're going to fund the ACA, then they get to go and say, oh, but that's not enough. We want more. And Democrats always want more. It's never enough. You can never be leftist enough, and Democrats can never have enough. They will always ask for more. Remember, he was asking for $1.5 trillion to start with. Now he's down to, I want two sentences. He went from $1.5 trillion to two sentences. Okay, I don't trust you. I don't trust you, Chuck Schumer. I think you get the two sentences and then you're going to ask for the 1.5 trillion. If you get those two sentences, you're going to ask for more. You're not going to open up the government. You're going to say, well, since you gave me that, that means there's no reason why you didn't give me 1.5 trillion. That's what I think you're going to say. So put it in writing. Say, this is the only thing that I want. I want these two sentences. That's it. And then I open up the government. Put that in writing and let the Republicans vote on it. But instead, he wants to say, well, Donald Trump's bad. Donald Trump isn't a senator. Donald Trump didn't agree to that deal. Donald Trump doesn't have to agree. He's not part of the Congress. He's not part of the legislature. He's the executive branch. You're not negotiating with Donald Trump. You're negotiating with Republicans in the Senate. You would think that, I know that Chuck Schumer knows the difference. He knows what's going on here. But he's lying to you. He wants you to be confused. He wants you to think he's trying every trick in the book he can think of to try and make this Donald Trump's fault. Donald Trump isn't in the room. It's like Zorhan Mamdani. Democrats in New York City, they were voting against Donald Trump. Donald Trump wasn't on the ballot. Curtis Sliwa was. Andrew Cuomo was on the ballot. Zorhan Mamdani was on the ballot. Donald Trump wasn't on there. And all the Democrats are like, screw Donald Trump. We hate Donald Trump. He's not on the ballot. Democrats keep saying, well, we got to fight Donald Trump. He's not in your city. Donald Trump isn't trying to be your mayor. He's not trying to be your governor. He's not trying to be your congressman. He's not your senator. He's the president. He's not trying to be those other things. But they have to say, Orange Man bad, orange. He's in everything. He's in everything. No, he's not. And he's not trying to be. But they keep giving him more power. By giving him, Zorhan Mamdani made the election, and so did Andrew Cuomo to an extent, they made the election in New York City about Donald Trump. You made him the mayor of New York City. He wasn't running for that. He's president. He didn't care. You made him part of New York City. He's now part of running New York City. The 2026 governor race between Hochul and Elise Stefanik and Larry Sharpe, the Democrat and Republican, they're going to make this about Donald Trump. Donald Trump isn't governor of New York. They're going to give him that power too. They're adding power to the presidency that doesn't exist and is unconstitutional. And they don't think about it because they're more worried about trying to get power for themselves, not realizing they're just front loading all of this power onto the presidency. And that means that eventually we will have a king in America because they keep giving power to the president. And they forget when Donald Trump stops being president, someone else gets to have all the power that Donald Trump was given. And we can only pray that they won't use it like Democrats are afraid someone's going to use it. But eventually someone will. Let me go on. See, this is interesting, though, about Chuck Schumer. Let me show you what happens here.
Plain and simple. And the leader can put that in his proposal on opening up the government.
He won't.
So it doesn't need a vote.
Yes, it does.
It can't be blocked by anybody.
Yes, it can.
It's the right thing to do.
No, it's not the right
still
thing.
have no income caps, so people who make $1 million, $2 million, $3 million a
As
year.
we said, if he would have listened to my speech yesterday, once we passed the one-year fix, so people right now aren't in difficulty, we would sit and negotiate.
So there is more. It's not just the 2 sentences. He wants more than 2 sentences. He didn't even get out of this conversation before he asked for more. There's no cap. So millionaires. Well, let me show you. Go ahead.
That. The leader has said he won't negotiate before. We're willing to negotiate once the credits are extended, plain and simple. And we made that in our proposal yesterday.
So for 1 year, people making millions of dollars would still receive these COVID-era subsidies?
The bottom line is the senator from Ohio ignores that 99% of people, you want to hurt people making $10,000?
So the answer is yes. He's trying to distract from something he doesn't want to admit. He's now trying to say, well, it's 99% of the people aren't millionaires. That wasn't the question. We know that 99% of the world are not filled with millionaires, even in the United States. That wasn't the question. And he's like, oh, well, you just want poor kids to be hungry. That wasn't the question. He's trying to make it anything else. He wants to get you emotional. He wants sympathy. He wants empathy. He just doesn't want you to think. He doesn't want critical thinking. He wants you on a roller coaster of your emotions saying, Orange man bad, MAGA is bad, Republicans are fascists. He wants you to think that so that you don't recognize that he is, in fact, helping millionaires get your money. Government subsidy by Democrats. He's kicking money to multimillionaires, and he just doesn't want you to notice that he's doing it on purpose. On purpose. Again, all he wanted was 2 sentences that let millionaires get your money. He didn't want you to think about that. Let's go on.
1,000, 50,000, 90,000, and hold this up. We can fix what the gentleman said in a negotiation, but don't have people who are every day being hurt.
He just admitted, you're right. The senator from Ohio is right. Said, yes, we'll fix it later. Yes, that is what's happening. Yes, that's what Democrats are doing. Don't worry about it. They've been doing this since 2021. They've been doing this since the Biden-Harris administration. And no one's ever called them on it. No one has ever gotten any news media on it. So they've been able to avoid getting any attention, to be embarrassed about it. But now that they're getting called out, oh, we'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it when the cameras aren't on, when the news media isn't paying attention, when people aren't pissed off. That's when he wants to deal with it, when no one's paying attention. But it's true, and it's been true for 4 years.
Hurt by paying thousands of dollars more that they can't afford. I know that the senator from Ohio cares about the billionaires.
Now it's about the Ohio. So the senator from Ohio is talking about millionaires, and now he has to one-up them. Oh, well, it's because you care about billionaires. The senator from Ohio didn't say, I'm going to fund billionaires. He doesn't want the billionaires to get it. He doesn't want millionaires to get it. He doesn't want Obamacare. The Republicans don't want Obamacare at all. We don't want to fund it at all. That's why it's not funded, because Democrats didn't fund it. They didn't write it to be funded. And Republicans don't want it, so they don't want to fund it either. So he's not trying to help billionaires. Chuck Schumer is. Because Chuck Schumer is the one who's saying we want to give the money to the millionaires and the billionaires, as well as everyone else, with no exceptions. We'll talk about it when no one's paying attention. Give the billionaires and the millionaires, the people like Bill Gates and Oprah, give them the money. Then we'll talk about it after they get the money. This is what Chuck Schumer is saying. He just doesn't want you to think about it.
We care about average working people.
No, they don't. Again, if they cared about average people, they would get 5 votes from the Democrat side. We'd have 60 votes. The government would open up and they'd be able to negotiate. They won't do that. They don't care about poor people.
I yield the floor.
So just to be clear,
When he said, I yield the floor, he ran away. That's him running away. He stopped having the conversation at that moment. Rather than remember, he wants to debate. And we're supposed to say, well, Chuck Schumer's talking in good faith. Then why won't you have a conversation? Why won't you debate? When someone is asking you questions and you run away, why do I think that if I give you what you asked for, that you're going to have a debate with me? If we're saying we want to negotiate and you say, I'll negotiate after you give me what you want, and then you run away and we have a question about what it is that you want, I don't believe that you're going to negotiate. I don't believe you, Chuck Schumer. That's why you ran away. Because you're not trustworthy. Because you're lying. And you just don't want a camera on your face as you get caught lying. Otherwise, you'd answer the question. And we would have faith that if we actually gave you what you want, that you would actually do what you say. But you ran away on something that we have questions, obviously, that are important. And you're like, well, it's important, but later. No, we want to talk about it now. Why can't we talk about it now? Oh, well, we won't do that. Then why do I trust you? If you don't want to talk about it now, why should I trust you to talk about it later? How do I know you're not going to do the same thing over and over again? I have no trust and faith in you because you've done this over and over again in the past. I have no trust or faith in you, Chuck Schumer. I just wanted to point that out. No one really, most people aren't going to take the time to go through this with you, to let you see this so that you can understand how screwed up this is. They really, really don't. And I know someone out there is going to say, Mike, you just hate black women. Because I picked on Ketanji Brown Jackson. And because I mentioned her and because I said, hey, she's the one who's responsible for this, that SNAP benefits aren't going out like the Democrats want it to. This is from the AP. Supreme Court issues emergency order to block full SNAP food and aid. This is not the Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a single Supreme Court justice, the DEI hire and activist, she did this, not the Supreme Court, just her, just that one person. And how do I know that for sure? Here it is. It's in its court filings Friday, Trump's administration contended that the judge usurped both legislative and executive authority in ordering SNAP benefits to be fully funded. The unprecedented injunction makes a mockery of the separation of powers. Do you see what I'm talking about here? It's right there in that article. They buried it. They didn't want you to see it. But that's the reason why the Supreme Court said, you can't do this. Chuck Schumer, this isn't Trump's fault. I can't blame him for this. And she can't give him the power because there is no separation of powers if you do this. If you give Trump this power, he is no longer president. He's king. These are from the people who say they want no king marches. No kings in America. Then why are you trying to make Donald Trump into a king? This has come from the AP. This is Associated Press. This is not right-leaning news media. I'm just going by what they're talking about here. And there's more. There's more on this. Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. So this is from Newsweek. Ketanji Brown Jackson's SNAP benefit ruling sparks a division. That came out today. And I believe I have it highlighted here already. No, I do not. And where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is the line? No, that's not it. Hang on, folks. I thought I highlighted it. It's in here. Well, I want you to see this. Again, this is telling you it's not the Supreme Court. One justice. She's in charge of Massachusetts. She's the one who said it. It didn't come from the right. It didn't come from the conservatives. It didn't even come from Sotomayor. It came from Ketanji Brown Jackson. But they don't want to tell you that. That's why they say Supreme Court. Because they don't want to take any blame for any part of this process when it's their fault. They don't want you to recognize that it's so screwed up, so unconstitutional, what Chuck Schumer is asking for, what the Democrats are doing in the Senate, that even the DEI activist says it's unconstitutional. Even she had to stop this because it's that wrong. It is that wrong. Okay, let me take a couple of comments here. Oh, hey, Lauren, our bot, said 4 years ago, Republican Glenn Youngkin won the Virginia governor's race by 2 points. Abigail Spenger won the governor race this year by more than 14 points. And a 16-point swing. And what's your point? Governor Youngkin wasn't in the race. We had different people with different things. Let me see. The NAACP and Obama said they believe in Black rights so much. They're such supporters of Black people, Black women in particular. You have to support Black women. It is a requirement. Black women cannot be challenged. You have to support Black women, except when they run as a Republican in a governor's race. Then you support the white woman. Isn't that troubling? Shouldn't that be troubling? That we've heard Democrats say consistently, you have to support Black women unconditionally. Like in the case of Ketanji Brown Jackson, you have to support them unconditionally, except when they run against a Democrat. Then you throw them to the side, run a bus over them, and forget they exist. Then it's okay because they're no longer Black or women when they're a Republican. They stop being women and Black when they're Republicans, and then it's okay to just attack them mercilessly. Again, yeah, we lost Virginia. And what's that got to do with anything I've been talking about? This is why Lauren is a bot, because she's not actually listening to the conversation. She's not actually talking about the things that are actually happening here. She's just trying to push left-wing progressive ideology, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense. It's whatever the program already has as its bullet point for this week. But okay, Shelley says, let me see. Shelley, what do you got here? Shelley says, remember the SNL skit when Carter was running for president? It was a college girl asking, like, when do we get the free stuff? I don't remember that skit exactly. I wasn't really watching SNL under Carter, although I do remember Cheeseburger, which was funny, and Land Shark. And I know that there's a good part of my audience right now that are like, Land Shark, cheeseburger. What does that mean? Yeah, they don't know that part of SNL. But I don't remember the Carter stuff as much. I was too young to really be into politics then. And let's see. We also got a comment from Joel. This is Chuck Schumer forgets he's on video. There's a video of Chuck Schumer saying the exact opposite of what Schumer says today on every topic. That's true. That's true. But that's why he's going to get replaced eventually. Okay, we're running a little bit. Well, no, we're running right about on time. Let me talk about Elise Stefanik. And let me talk about the governor's race for New York City. Okay. Because Elise Stefanik, now there's two different articles here I want to get into. Let me just first let you know that one of the articles is behind a paywall. This is from Politico. So I can't show you that one. I can't tell you that I've read it, but it says Stefanik hit by GOP rival, that would be Bruce Blakeman, after launching her governor's bid. And they also have an article, which is also behind a paywall, that says that Elise Stefanik is going to help Democrats by running because, you know, she's MAGA. And so that helps Democrats maintain control. But what I can go into is a different article, but I want you to know that there's context here. There's more to it than just what I'm thinking. But this is from the Washington Examiner. GOP rival slams Stefanik's gubernatorial bid. Who would that be? That would be Bruce Blakeman. Bruce Blakeman is out of Nassau County. The reason why Bruce Blakeman is pissed off is we have known since March that Elise Stefanik is going to run for governor. In fact, I was one of the first channels on the entire internet that pieced together that the reason why, and I've since heard that I'm correct, but I pieced together that the reason why Elise Stefanik dropped out of the UN is because the UN didn't want her. She was unreasonable. And so she dropped out based on a deal. She got a deal from Donald Trump, or with Donald Trump, I should say, that said, hey, we know it's embarrassing. Go back to your district. We will use the excuse that Republicans might lose their majority in the House. That was a lie. Wasn't true at all. But they use that as an excuse that she's going to protect her district, even though the real answer is the people in the UN couldn't handle her. She was too straightforward. She's too much of a hammer, and they're too much of a bunch of nails to be able to deal with Elise Stefanik, which I think is actually a pretty good problem to have, but there it goes. So she wasn't going to get through that. So they took her away from the UN, put her back in her district as a congresswoman, and she had already been embarrassed. But the caveat was, if she runs for governor, Donald Trump will endorse her. Now, I've met Elise Stefanik before. I've mentioned it. When I was running for Congress in 2014 for the New York 22nd District, I met Elise when she was running for the New York 21. We met in Herkimer County. And I think it was in Big Flats that we met. And she's an intelligent woman, no doubt. She is absolutely politically savvy. No question on that. I am not taking anything away from Elise by mentioning anything that I do in the critique I have of her run for governor. She's intelligent. She's very smart politically. She knows what she's doing. She is a capable individual. No doubt whatsoever. But she wouldn't have gone for governor unless she got the guarantee from the Trump administration that he will back her, that he will give her the endorsement. That gives her the big weight of getting all the donations and other endorsements. And for 8 months, she spent 8 months getting 45 endorsements for the day when she announced. Now, mind you, she wasn't telling anyone what she was doing. And for 8 months, nobody knew. Nobody in the Republican Party knew if Elise Stefanik was running for governor or if she wasn't. She wouldn't say anything to the public. She didn't leak it to anyone. She kept everyone wondering because the only thing that the insiders, the rumor mill would say, in the political rumor mill, the only thing that everyone got was she's still thinking about it. She might do it, but she might not. And she, in the meantime, was building up a huge resume of people that owed her favors that said, I'll endorse you. 45 people, in fact, came out and said they'll endorse her if she runs. And I know that the county chairs were lined up and they said, you know, it's a done deal. We have to vote for Elise if she runs. If she doesn't run, we don't know what we're going to do because nobody else wants the job. But we have to have a backup plan. But we don't have a backup plan. And nobody knows because I spoke to various chairmen of counties and I spoke to them directly and said, okay, what's going on with Elise? I've heard this, I've heard that. What did you hear? They go, I've heard the same thing you heard. No one has an answer. Elise won't tell anyone. That was recently. I've had these conversations with members of chairmen of various counties several times. Okay. So Bruce Blakeman, who is in Nassau County, Long Island, like everyone in Long Island, didn't hear anything, didn't know any answers, didn't know that there was anyone willing to step up. So he said, well, if Elise isn't going to do it and nobody else wants it, I'll do it. He said, I've got Democrats that'll vote for me because they vote for him in Long Island. He's a popular guy. He's got donors that'll give him some money. He said, I'll run. That's when Elise came out and made the statement. Well, not quite. Larry Sharpe, she did internal polling because there was already an internal poll from the Democrats that said that Elise was 30 points down, that she was going guaranteed to lose, which was very embarrassing for her. So she did an internal poll, and that said that she's tied. That's 600 people, by the way. 600 people in her poll said, yeah, Elise is tied. That they didn't like Hochul, but Elise is okay. 43 to 42, that's a dead tie, means it's anyone's race. That doesn't mean that Elise is winning. That means at this moment, in this environment, right this second, Elise is as good as the unpopular and despised Kathy Hochul. People don't like Kathy Hochul. People think, most people in New York think Kathy Hochul has done a terrible job and is a failure. And she is neck and neck with Elise Stefanik, which confirms the earlier poll, in my opinion, that Elise Stefanik has huge negative press in New York State, that she's on a statewide level. I don't think she's 30 points out, but she is probably 15 to 20 points out, that people have a negative impression of Elise Stefanik. And that's backed up by the fact that she's considered as good as, not better than, as good as Kathy Hochul, which nobody likes. Democrats don't like her. Democrats don't think Kathy Hochul is doing a good job. And Elise is tied with someone that they think doesn't do a good job. That's not a good sign. That means you have high negatives. It'd be very different if the internal poll from Elise Stefanik said that she was at 60% versus Kathy Hochul in a race. That would say that she has, well, the original poll done by Democrats was wrong. That it wasn't true. It wasn't real. There's not real negatives because there's another poll that says, look, she easily beat a very disliked Kathy Hochul. That's not what they came up with. And you're not supposed to think about this. You're not supposed to notice this. This is something that political analysts are supposed to pick up, except on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS. They don't talk about this because they've done the analysis. They know the same thing I'm telling you. If she's tied with Kathy Hochul, she has high negatives, which means neither of them are doing well. Both of them are considered on a statewide basis just as bad as each other. That's why they're tied. because they're not seen as good choices. They are both considered bad choices. It's kind of like looking at Zorhan Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo. They're both bad choices. Or Andrew Cuomo, Mamdani, and Eric Adams. They're all bad choices. Nobody wanted, well, a lot of people didn't want any of the above until Mamdani said free stuff. And then he got, some leverage. But nobody wanted them. They were all bad choices. Same thing with what Elise Stefanik is facing against Kathy Hochul. They're tied because no one thinks they're a good choice for governor of New York. The only problem is they have to pick one or the other. So most people think. That's where Bruce Blakeman comes in, because he's in Nassau and goes, look, no one likes either of you two. They might like me. So that's why Bruce is like, I'll run. People like me. I don't have all these negatives behind me that Kathy Hochul and Elise Stefanik have. I'll run. Here's the other thing that no one's really talking about. My good friend Larry Sharpe, who I did an interview with, I showed you that last week. I've interviewed him, and I admit I have a bias here, no question. I have a bias. Even as a Republican and a conservative, I have a bias. Even though I know Elise professionally, I have a bias. And I will tell you this, Elise didn't say anything until that came out and said she's just as unliked and considered as incapable as Kathy Hochul and Larry Sharpe, who doesn't have millions of dollars behind him. He doesn't have 45 high-level endorsements, who isn't the sitting incumbent. He has 9%. In her poll, Larry Sharpe is at 9%. That scared the hell out of the Stefanik team, I believe. I believe Stefanik's team got on all of their supporters and said, you have to start putting out memes today. We have to turn this around right now. Because if people hear either if Bruce Blakeman and or Larry Sharpe get any attention, they don't have the negatives that Kathy Hochul and Elise Stefanik have. And Elise will lose the race. Elise will lose the primary because Bruce is liked better than Elise. I'm not saying that he's smarter. I'm not saying that he's better. I'm not saying that he's more politically connected or that he can raise more money. I'm not saying any of that. I'm not putting Elise down. I'm saying politically, as an analyst, as someone who does this for 20 years, she's in trouble. And Bruce isn't. Bruce can build himself up. Elise is in a hole. She's got to dig herself out of that hole first. Same thing for Kathy Hochul. But Kathy has the benefit. She's the incumbent Democrat. Democrats love to vote for incumbent Democrats. That's what they've been trained to do. Just vote D straight down the line. And as long as it's a D, it doesn't matter. And Kathy Hochul has enough money and friends, and she's the incumbent. She will beat. The only real opposition she has comes from, what's his name? Delgado, Anthony Delgado. And Anthony, well, he's useless. He's just there looking for the next job. He just wants an upgrade. He thinks he can get it because he's black. And therefore, I'm a black Democrat. Why shouldn't I get it? That's not going to work. That's just not going to work. I won't even get into it. But he's not going to win. So Elise has a big battle here. Larry Sharpe's at 9% without her money, without her influence, without her friends, without a connection to Donald Trump. He's got room to grow in terms of positives because most people don't know him. People who do know about him like him more than her. People who do know about him like him more than Kathy Hochul. She can't compete with that. Because if Larry Sharpe gets money, if he gets endorsements, if he makes any political friends, he will beat her. She can't deal with that. So And Bruce Blakeman is exactly the same as Larry Sharpe, except he's a Republican. Larry Sharpe's the Libertarian. Bruce Blakeman is the Republican version of Larry Sharpe, an unknown to many people who doesn't have a bunch of negatives, but he does have the ability to get money. Elise spent 8 months, and here's the thing that really settles this for me, and why I think Elise is in so much trouble. Elise had 8 months. Everybody knew it. At least everybody knew that she was interested in this. And she had 8 months. When she started getting on the radio this weekend, she has no plan. She's had 8 months to put together a plan. She says, I'm going to lower taxes. Okay. Every Republican ever has always said, I'm going to lower taxes. When I ran in 2014, I said, I'm going to lower taxes. Every Republican everywhere that has ever run has said, I want to lower taxes. The question isn't, you're a Republican, are you going to lower taxes? Of course you are. How are you going to do it? Elise doesn't have an answer. Let me be very clear about that. Every Republican says, I will lower taxes. The question isn't, will you lower taxes? How will you do it? Elise does not have an answer. She had 8 months to put together an answer. She doesn't have one. What else is Elise going to do? She's going to work with the Trump administration. He's the president. Of course you are. So does Kathy Hochul. She may not want to work with Donald Trump. She has to. Why? He's the president. You don't get a choice. He's the president. You work with him because that's who's in charge. So that's a non-event. Oh, I'm going to work with Donald Trump. Okay, you know Donald Trump. You have some leverage with him. That's fantastic. But it doesn't matter. Whoever's governor has to deal with the president anyway. Doesn't matter. So that's not an advantage. What else? Well, she'll hire more police and she'll get more National Guard. Okay, how are we paying for that? She doesn't have an answer. And she doesn't have an answer on any of the other issues out there. She has, I want to do, she says, I'm going to do something, which I tell you, and I've said this about Democrats constantly, I will say it about Republicans as well. Doing something is not an answer. Having a politician say, I will do something, that's not an answer. That's a dodge. That is skirting the issue. That's a failure. The answer is, what are you going to do? That's the question. What are you going to do? I'll do something. What is something? Be specific. She had 8 months. She built up an entire team. She has communications people equivalent to me and better. She's got an entire team of people to work on policy. They should have an answer. She should start day one with an answer. And I can say this because when I ran for Congress, on day one, I had 5 issues that I was ready and busily trying to tell people about that I was running on. 5. And you can go to WUTQ, you can go to WIVT, you can go to WNBF, you can go and check the record publicly. I had 5 issues I was day one very specifically going against. One of them happened to be the H-1B visa. She doesn't have any of that. That's a problem. So, do I think that she's going to fail? Absolutely, I do. I know. So that's another article that I want to get into. And by the way, I said this all very publicly. I'm not afraid to say this. I mean, I've pissed off Republicans before. It's not a new thing. Republican Party has been pissed at me before. Famously, again, B. Joy Dana hated my guts because I would actually tell him the same thing I'm saying to Elise. I said to B. Joy about what's going to happen in central New York. So far, I've been right. Remember what I wrote in 2016, B. Joy? Remember the actual document I gave you, 6 pages, explaining exactly what was going to happen to central New York, and you didn't listen. Now, mind you, B. Joy is no longer in charge of, he's no longer the chairman of the Broome County GOP, thank goodness. But yeah, this is all predictable. So they get pissed at me from time to time. So I came out and I said, hey, Elise, what's going on? You got no plan? You spent 8 months. You raised $2 million in a day. That's what she spent 8 months doing. The reason why we weren't hearing anything is she was getting the money all in order. So she starts day one with $2 million and 45 endorsements, but she has no plan. And she is just as disliked as Kathy Hochul. She spent her time on the wrong thing, in my opinion. Yeah, she's got the money so she can put out a bunch of ads. I get that. You did that before, Elise. It works. No question about that. Yes, you got 45 people to say you're fantastic. I get that. Never said you're a bad person. I said you don't have a plan. You're not effective. You're not efficient as governor. Is Elise Stefanik effective and efficient as a member of Congress? Yes. Will not take that away from her. She is effective and efficient as a member of Congress. Is she effective and efficient as a governor of New York? Based on what she said so far, no. She has no idea what she wants to do. She has no plan. She has no issues. She has no solutions. She has, Kathy Hochul's bad. I'm a Republican. I'm good. Donald Trump will work with me. Which are not bad things. I won't vote for that. I would never vote for that. No one should vote for that. That's not a reason to vote for you. That's not a policy. That's not a solution. That's nothing. Again, I'm not saying it because I don't like Elise. It's that it's not there. All right. I'm going to be finishing up shortly. I got to take my dog out. It's raining outside, which is no fun. Walking your dog in the rain, never fun. I was going to talk a little bit about this country screwed. Because, I mean, in Virginia, Jay Jones beat Jason, the Republican. Jay Jones says he wants to kill Republicans. Virginia voted for him. They weren't, and you know why Jay Jones won the attorney general in Virginia? Donald Trump. And I don't mean Donald Trump did something. Democrats weren't voting for Jay Jones. They were voting against Donald Trump. Donald Trump isn't the AG of Virginia. But Jay Jones is. And he has a bias, a massive, mile-wide, super hyper partisan bias. That is the last person you want to be your attorney general. But that's what Virginia got because they don't like Orange Man bad. That's not going to work out well for them. That's going to be a big problem. In addition, there's also one highlight of what happened in 2025, which doesn't really need a lot of news, but here it is that in Minneapolis, for the mayor, Omar Feta, who is, well, he's the equivalent of Zorhan Mamdani, a Democratic Socialist nut job. He lost. So everyone's screaming, Democratic Socialism's winning. It's rallying. It's got no stop in the country. We're all going to become socialists. Omar lost in a district, Minnesota, that is highly favorable to his ideology, to his far left socialist ideology, to his ethnic background. That was favorable to him. He lost because no one really wants a Democratic Socialist if you have a better choice, if you have the option. If people knew the option. But there you go. It was, if you had a good Democrat versus a Democratic Socialist, the Democrat won. Jacob Frey won. Why? Because he's a Democrat, not a Democratic Socialist. That's what that worked out to. By the way, some people may have heard, and I mean, this has become a meme now. So you've probably seen it. But again, This is Zorhan Mamdani. There is no problem too big for government to solve, and oops, let me get rid of that. No problem too big for government to solve, and no matter too small for government to care about. Government is the answer. Not you as an individual. He's not empowering individuals. He's empowering the government. You don't get to own a house. The government gets to own a house. You don't, there's nothing that you get under a Mamdani mayoralship. You are just there. You get to be a slave to the government, and he gets to be your boss. It's consistent. By the way, again, when I said at the beginning of the show, and I've talked about it a couple of times, when I talked about it on Aubrey Shine's show, bankers, they're fleeing New York. Again, we just need 1%. If 1%, 85,000 people average $100,000 a year, not their wealth, not their net worth, their annual salary. If 85,000 people leave New York City, 1%, and they have a combined average net annual salary of $100,000 each, which is quite possible, then you're talking about $2 billion walking out the door. If some people are correct and they're talking about being upwards of 12% of New York might leave, you're talking about $20 billion. It will destroy New York City. It will destroy New York State. It will destroy and will harm the entire United States, as I've detailed in the first half of the show. That is just a fact. And here we are. This is coming from the Telegraph in the United Kingdom. Bankers are already saying, gotta go, because they don't have to be in New York City anymore. They can work remotely. They don't have to be on Wall Street anymore. They can work from anywhere in the world. And if you can work from anywhere in the world, why would you want to work in a democratic socialist nightmare? Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you work in a city that hates rich people and has more crime, with less police and more foreigners from questionable countries? Why would you want to work there? You wouldn't, and they're not. Okay, I'm going to take a couple of quick questions, then I'm going to go and get something to eat because I haven't eaten all day, and I'm going to end the show. All right, so we got a couple of comments here. Let's see. John says, is there anyone that could run against Stefanik on the Republican side? Only probably Bruce Blakeman is probably Mike Lawler, some people would say, but Mike Lawler doesn't have the appeal and he doesn't want it. So he doesn't have the energy for it and he doesn't have the wide appeal. Bruce Blakeman also doesn't have a wide appeal. He's not known, but that's a good thing for him. Mike Lawler is known and he doesn't have wide appeal. So that's the problem for Mike. And he knows that. That's why he doesn't want to run. Bruce Blakeman doesn't have wide knowledge. People don't know about him outside of Long Island for the most part. The general public I'm talking about. So that doesn't hold him back. He's an unknown to the large majority. That's not a built-in negative. So that means he can get more popularity as he goes forward, especially if he has the money to do advertising. He can grow. Mike Lawler, he's still going to have high negatives, even if he has a lot of money behind him, just like Elise Stefanik does, except he has probably more negatives than even Elise Stefanik. So I hope that answers your question, John. I also have a question from, John has another question. As I remember, Mike Pence had a soft spot for Fort Drum when his kids were in service. I'm just wondering if he's interested in running against Stefanik. No, Mike Pence, as far as I'm aware, no, he has zero interest, and he will absolutely lose. He will lose worse than Stefanik. He would lose worse. He would be just like Curtis Sliwa. He would lose in a landslide. Mike Pence is not overly loved by Republicans because he betrayed MAGA. He betrayed the America First. He betrayed Donald Trump in a very negative way. He looked bad while betraying him, and he didn't have a good excuse for that. That's why he got bounced out when he was in the 2020. He didn't last in the debates. He was basically laughed out of the debates. He wasn't able to raise enough money either. That carries over. He has not been forgiven by the GOP. He hasn't been forgiven by MAGA or the America First movement. He would get zero support from Donald Trump. And if anything, Trump would probably pay people to run against him or run attack ads against Mike Pence. He has no chance. No chance whatsoever. And last one is Shelley says, Mike, you have a Republican audience. Mostly Republican, yeah. Could you please explain to them that there is more than New York City in New York State? Well, that's a hard sell. I'm from New York City, and I understand why people in New York City look at New York State and go, yeah, there's New York City, and then there's that that other place. Hang on one second, folks. People think of New York State as New York City plus. Nothing we can do about that. That's taken decades, and so everyone thinks that. We're working on it. All right. So, folks, I want to thank everybody for being here with us, whether you were here for 5 minutes or for 5 hours. I appreciate and thank each and every one of you. We covered a wide swath of issues today. I hope you found that to be interesting, educational, informative, something. I hope you got some feeling for it. Please remember that we are going to, whether it's a super reaction, a super chat, or Rumble rant, you go to Zazzle and buy a mug or a t-shirt, whatever you do, you join the Patreon or you go to PayPal. Wherever we get money, it's a sponsor comes in, doesn't matter. Half of everything we are able to net in November and December will be given to the Jericho Project to help veterans, homeless, and families. So your support makes a massive difference, and I hope you will be able to make that support. If you have no money whatsoever, that's perfectly fine. I understand. I've been there myself. Then just subscribe. Hit the subscribe button, and that works just as well so we can reach more people, so I can let them know what we're trying to do for the Jericho Project to help the homeless and veterans and families. So I hope you've had a great evening. I thank you for your time. I'm about to go out into the rain and walk my dog. Then I'm going to get something to eat. I'll have the links for everything we've talked about up in about an hour's time. Folks, you have a great Sunday. I'll talk to you soon.